Part 21. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tiu Lan. Chapter 204. I said it was an accident, do you believe it? Sakakihara retracted his hand in embarrassment. This hand was still a bit unruly, and after leaving, he unconsciously moved it inward. Do you think? In fact, it was an accident. It doesn't matter if it was an accident or not. What's important is that you have betrayed your sister one more time. Tian Haikiming pulled the quilt over her neck. Do you want to do it again? If I really take action, I'm afraid Chi Minjia will be scared. You can give it a try. The two of them just looked at each other under the covers. 7 bright moons. Having just escaped from the dream, and now facing the blue eyes of Nanami, Raku Sakakihara actually felt a touch of nostalgia in his heart. Probably distressed. He thought so. Chi Minjia really wants me to be a scumbag. It's not that I think about it. It's just that you are. There was a trace of depression in Sakakibara's heart, but he tried to smile. I also think that I am the kind of complete scumbag, the kind of scumbag who can put aside all feelings and never be timid. But Kaiming, you understand, right? I have never been like this. If I were, it would be impossible for me to have such a good relationship with Aling now, and it would also be impossible for me to get back together with Julie Yulai. You are right, but you are still a scumbag, just not that deep. Scumbag. Sakakihara Raku feels like he really wants to be a scumbag now. He was absolutely uneasy about Julie Yulai. The same goes for the 7 bright moons in the sky and the sea. She is different from ordinary people. She is a person who will always make progress even after being rejected in every possible way. She is special. Unparalleled. Time and time again she put aside her pride and expressed her feelings to herself again and again. She remembered everything he did to her when she was a child. She remembered every promise he made to her. That little girl in the rainy season admired, and loved herself so much. So much so that every move and every word of encouragement she made deeply affected her, and she worked tirelessly to achieve it. Chilled potato chips, read a book, shark, and be a confident and knowledgeable person. All these are. If I were a poor guy who didn't care about anything in my previous life. So in this life, I have actually already gained what I want most. Be loved, cared for, respected. It's just that I didn't realize it. At this moment, once again facing the gaze of the 7 bright moons in the sky and sea, Sakakibara felt as if he was in that real dream again, seeing the poor little girl who stretched out her hands to him on a rainy day, asking him to abduct her. Why do you look at me like that? Tian Haikiming's eyes were as cold as ice. Are you secretly using me for sexual pleasure at night? Chi Minjia's direct words put out the emotions that had been brewing for a long time in a basin of cold water. Obviously, I wanted to apologize to her just now. But the look on her face really made me want to shut her mouth. Fortunately, Sakakihara Raku didn't want to make the atmosphere so heavy. He smiled and replied. Auntie, don't think you are so perfect, okay? I have paranoia about being lusted after every day. Huh, I wonder where someone put his hand just now. Tian Haikiming was even more disdainful. I was dreaming just now, it was an unconscious behavior. You mean you don't have to be responsible if you raped me while you were sleepwalking? This wouldn't have happened if you hadn't come to my room. Weak person. Tian Haikiming raised her eyes with a contemptuous expression. You are just deflecting the conflict. Then if you let me touch you again, I promise to take responsibility. You can touch me if you want. You have to understand that you can only listen to me forever. This is what you owe me. Okay, whatever you say. Sakakihara Raku surrendered and then his eyes became serious. But Chi Minjia, you are right, I am a scumbag. I want to treat everyone with my heart, and I still look at it. I can't bear to see people sad, and I can't bear to see people feel lonely. The result of this is that I feel sorry for everyone. Tian Haikaimingu felt like she was looking at an idiot. It seems that what I said yesterday was not clear enough, and you did not understand what I meant. No, I understood it yesterday, but I didn't think it through. Now I have figured it out. So, what are you going to do? Decisively cut off my feelings for you. I would never do that. Sakakihara was quite firm. The meaning of his words is self-evident. Nanami was quiet for a long time, during which time she glanced at Raku Sakakibara several times with an expression that was indescribably complicated. But she soon sighed and said, "It seems that I still underestimated how much of a scumbag you are. I didn't expect to accept it so quickly. Tell me why you suddenly became like this. Is this not what you expected? Having said that, I think you should have an acceptance process. What process can this take?" Tian Haikaimingu thought for a while, then took his wrist and put it on her face and said, "You faced my feelings but didn't want to betray your sister, but you really couldn't control your scumbag nature. After getting into deeper and deeper contact, you began to do whatever you wanted to me, without thinking. Then, one day, my sister accidentally discovered our relationship. You stood up naked and pointed at me in a panic and explained to your sister, 'No, Julie Yuli, no, it's not what you saw.' I thought that is. Stop, wait, break quickly. Isn't it interesting? Where is the fun in this? If this is the case, Li Yuli would have to stab me 800 times, the kind that penetrates me from the front and back. Li. This is so normal." Tian Haikaimingu suddenly lost interest, sat up, and pushed back her hair. The girl's fair neck was exposed. "Are you going to get up?" Because Sakakihara Raku was lying next to her bed, seeing her getting up like this, he felt like an old married couple. "I probably understand what you mean," Tian Haikaimingu answered the question. She tied her hair with an elastic band and said, "Although I don't understand why you suddenly changed so much, and you don't want to explain it, the fact is that you obviously don't want to give up on me, right? That's it?" The girl with only a suspender dress on her upper body faced away from the window, and her snow-white skin was illuminated brightly. Amami Nanamijiyo tied her hair into a low ponytail. She put down her hands, looked at Sakakibara Raku and said, "Then are you prepared to completely betray your sister?" "Not prepare." Tian Haikaimingu withdrew her gaze, obviously unhappy, and even her tone became colder. "Then you still have a long way to go. After what happened before, neither I nor my sister will give in to the other party. What about harmonious coexistence?" Sakakibara Raku's words directly caused Nanami to give him a very cold look in a condescending manner. Staring can send chills down one's spine. "That depends on whether you have the ability." 7 bright moons. 7 bright moons. 7 bright moons. 7 bright moons in the sky and sea. The name was repeated in his mind, and along with it was the face that had almost no calm color. With long flaxen hair, gold-rimmed glasses, and long black silk legs under a pleated skirt, the girl likes to hold a book while not caring about the people and things around her. He is condescending, looks down on others, and likes to tease others. She has a complex personality, cold, arrogant, little devil, and has a poisonous tongue. There are too many elements. But it was this kind of person who followed him behind him every day when he was a child, always shouting, "Brother, brother, brother." She once wanted to see herself very much, and she longed to see herself. Before leaving, she regarded the gift he gave her as a treasure. She also remembered a casual word of encouragement from her when she was a child and made it her lifelong goal. The reason is that what she is doing to herself now is the fruit of her own sowing. Sakakibara put his hands on the edge of the open window and followed the road with his eyes, looking at the bus stop with only a black spot on the road in the distance. It was obviously a dream. Some scenes seem like yesterday. It has been a week since I remembered what happened when I was a child. The relationship between himself and Chi Minjiu has not changed. I began to understand and learn to accept her feelings in my heart. Well, she still hasn't changed anything. Although she expressed her love to herself, she and Julie Yulai had the same idea, and they would not give in to each other because of the relationship between sisters. Sakakibara Raku now needs to consider 2 points. First, how to tactfully inform Julie Yulai of her thoughts and try to prevent her from being hurt more. Second, how to handle the relationship between two people tactfully so that they can reach a level of acquiescence. Well, Sakakibara Raku felt that he was too shameless. He was so shameless that he wanted to slap himself. But isn't that what a scumbag is? He doesn't want to give up, so the only way is to become a scumbag. Let's not talk about whether it can be successful, what the result will be, and the reaction of my uncle and my mother. But I have to try. I was persuading myself, but I still felt a little uncomfortable in my heart. Next, Sakakibara believes that he must find a goal for himself, a goal that can grow. Make yourself qualified enough and worthy of that position. How did you say that sentence? Yes, bid farewell to the once cowardly and hesitant self. What you gain on this road is not only the value of life, but also the sublimation of confidence. It's time to change things up a bit, Sakakibara Raku. Sakakibara looked at himself in the mirror and let out a sigh of relief. Why does this sound so mean? Today is the time for Grandma to be discharged from the hospital. After returning to Matsuyama City this time to pick up their grandmother from the hospital, they will return to Tokyo from their hometown. Inside the hospital, while the mother was taking the two of them to go through the discharge procedures in the hospital, the grandmother, who seemed very energetic after her recovery, took her grandson alone and asked, "Last time, didn't you go to the movies with July girl?" "Grandma, you want to know how it turned out, right?" Sakakibara smiled. Grandma looked at him with a silly smile on his face and said in a strange tone, "Is your silly grandson enlightened? Tell Grandma quickly." The process was long and long. I went to see a movie, then went shopping, and went to an amusement park. In the end, I kissed her. She agreed. That's good, that's good, that's good. After hearing this, Grandma nodded with joy. Her grandson had indeed become enlightened. Did she agree? Well, not yet. But Grandma, you have to keep it a secret from me. I know you young people like to play sneaky. Well, Grandma will keep it a secret for you. The old lady was a little nostalgic, and she talked about the old story of how Sakakibara Raku and Amami Nanamajetsu met when they were young. Sakakibara Raku knew that the old lady wanted to find someone to talk to, so she listened to everything. The old lady said how the little girl came to him like this, how she secretly looked at you from behind, and how she looked like she wanted something but didn't dare to say it in front of you. Later, the girl came over with a lot of money, hundreds of thousands of yen in cash. When Grandma asked, she said it was for her brother. How dare Grandma take it, so she gave it back to her mother. He was quite surprised. Because this is something Sakakibara Raku doesn't know. After taking Grandma home, Sakakibara and his mother cooked a reunion dinner for everyone, and Grandma also wanted to join in. Naturally, only Chi Minjiu and Aling were waiting in the living room. They are a little uncomfortable now. Wait, it seems that the two of them didn't deal with each other well before. Always against each other. Grandma seemed very enthusiastic at the dinner table. She always brought food to Chi Minjiu and told her many things. This made Aling full of jealousy and made her mother confused. But she thought the old lady probably liked her nominal granddaughter, so she didn't ask too much. Early the next morning, the four of them packed their luggage and got dressed and stood at the door of Grandma's house. The heavy snowstorm of the past few days has stopped, and the sky has cleared up. The sun pierced the clouds and slanted down. The vegetable patch covered with a film at the door was illuminated brightly. The snow has been shoveled away from the door of every house, clothes are hung on the clothes pole, firewood is piled up to the eaves of the door, an orange cat is lying on it and taking a nap, and a faint smoke drifts upward from the chimney behind the black roof ridge. Hey, you have changed a lot now. You have a lot more temperament. No wonder that young master likes you. Mom, Maid Nori doesn't like this statement. Looking at you and looking outside, it seems that you have been the same since childhood. The old lady is a very optimistic person. When she heard that several people were going back to Tokyo, she didn't feel sad at all. Instead, he kept saying that you should leave quickly and don't worry about me. Instead, my mother began to feel a little reluctant to part with her mother. Mom, please take care of yourself. Your health is the most important thing. Don't tire yourself out just for a few cabbages. Now we don't lack the material things we need in life. This is all I have for fun. What's the difference between money and money? Isn't it just money for the material things in life and the fine things in life? Why don't you come live with us in Tokyo, Mom? Tokyo? That's not a good place. The old lady shook her head after hearing this. The air is bad, and we can't grow vegetables. It's not as comfortable as living in the countryside. I'll recuperate and wait for the old man to come back. I'll listen to him and go out for a trip. Okay, that's fine. Remember to ask Dad to take you out for a walk, you'll be in a good mood. Also, Mom, eat less salt. Don't get high blood pressure again. I know. By the way, brother, why didn't Grandpa come back? Sakakihara Suzu asked quietly behind Sakakihara Raku. She is indeed an idiot sister. It snowed heavily a few days ago. We had to watch the time when we were going out by car. Do you think Grandpa will be able to come back from traveling abroad? Oh, that's it? If it wasn't a snowy day, Tianhai Julie Yulai would actually come over. She told herself about this online. Mom and Grandma debated for a long time about whether to go to Tokyo, but in the end Mom lost to Grandma. According to the grandmother, she has lived in this place all her life, and her feelings and roots are here. She and the old man also met on this land. She can't leave, and she doesn't want to disturb her daughter's life. She knows her daughter is doing well now. Mom, let's go. Oh, let's go. Grandma, goodbye. Goodbye, Grandma. Goodbye, Grandma. Okay. Goodbye. Come back to play when you have time, and I'll ask the old man to make some seafood for you. Everyone waved to Grandma standing on the snow, picked up their luggage, and got on the bus to the city again. Brother, I'm sleepy. Why do you sleep in all day? What did you do at night? A girl's secret? I still have a boy's secret. Okay, you go to sleep. Brother, it's better to be nice to me. I'll sing to you when I get back. I'll be thankful if you wash 2 more dresses. There is nothing you can do. Who asked you to raise me to waste? Tianhai Kaimingyu sat by the window, and there was a thick and warm light outside the window. The bus set off along the country road and drove towards the city. The black roofs of the village gradually disappeared, the sky gradually became clearer, and the snow-colored countryside and white mountains flashed into view. The light shined through the window from the east side of the ridgeline, shining onto the car. Far away from the ground, the girl's beautiful side face by the car window was bathed in light, and her flaxen hair was shining brightly in the sunlight. The vehicle drove completely out of the countryside and drove on the seaside road. In the sound of the engine, the scenery of the road flickered. Tianhai Kaimingyu, who had no color in her eyes, suddenly seemed to sense something. She raised her head, stretched her neck, and involuntarily looked towards a place in front of her that was getting bigger and bigger. Close village platform. Under the rural platform, a little girl in a blue dress was sitting there quietly with her head bowed. Tian Haikimingyu couldn't help but look at the little girl far ahead. The station is getting closer, but it is moving, becoming more and more blurry. The bus is getting closer. Go to that platform, go to that place. Tian Haikimingyu felt an impulse in her heart that she had not seen for a long time. As if she wanted to try hard to see something clearly, she subconsciously and involuntarily put her hand against the window and looked back. But the little girl just flashed by as the bus approached and drifted away. For just a moment, it was no longer visible. Tian Haikimingyu seemed to have suddenly lost something in her heart. She lowered her eyes slightly and wanted to look away. But at this moment, the sparkling waves slammed against the shore on the other side of the pastoral, and the white residual light splashed out from the waves made her squint her eyes. When she got used to it again, she suddenly discovered that in front of the seat, in front of the gap between the window and the back of the seat, Sakaki Hararaku was also leaning against the window, as if looking at something far away, maintaining the same posture as him. Posture. When the girl looked at him, he turned his head back just in time. The two of them looked through the narrow gap. Their eyes met. "Are you okay?" Sakaki Haro looked at her for a long time, and said with a smile, as if he suddenly remembered something. Tian Haikiminyu's heart trembled. This call made memories suddenly emerge from the depths. For a moment, she felt as if she had returned to that afternoon soaked by the rain. That afternoon, a strange boy carrying a hatchet and tape spoke to her for the first time in the rain. "July," Sakaki Hara called again, smiling again, "You're not thinking that I will kidnap you, are you?" Amami Nanami's heart started to tremble for a long time. She looked at Sakaki Bararaku again and saw his smile again. She quickly avoided looking, but she couldn't help but want to take another look at the gap. He was still smiling. Just like the boy from before talking to him, smiling. Tian Haikimingyu tried her best to collect the breath in her chest, quickly turned her face away, and finally closed her eyes amid the long-lasting memories that surged in her mind. Sakaki Hararaku in front looked at her for a while, then looked away. Soon, his phone received a message that just popped up. "Fool." Raku Sakaki Hara smiled when he saw the news. While letting Suzu lie on his lap to sleep, he tapped the screen with his fingers to reply. Should it be followed by, "I like you." Fool. Sakaki Hara turned around and looked at the girl behind him through the gap in the seat. She was also looking at herself, her cheeks bathed in light, and her hair fluttering in the breeze. Sakaki Hara pointed the phone at the gap between the car seat and the window. Click. "Sure enough, I still think you look beautiful when you are riding in the car. I can't help but want to take a photo. I might as well kidnap you." Fool. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tou Lan. Chapter 205. Shikoku Island is only more than an hour's flight from Tokyo, but when we were rushing to the airport, the bus was blocked by the heavy snow that fell a few days ago. Once the road is closed, it will naturally take time to wait for the government personnel in front to take the initiative to clear the snow on the road. This wait lasted for several hours. During this period, even Aling, a lazy person, woke up and lay on her side on her brother's lap to play Switch. Sakakibara took a peek at what she was playing. It looks like they are fighting a tribe of wild boars. She cut out a piece of animal meat from her backpack and raised it above her head. A bunch of drooling quillboars quickly surrounded her and chased her. "What is this for?" "Use meat to catch pigs," Sakaki Harasuzu replied while operating. Then she threw the meat down by the river. The group of wild boar people immediately jumped on it excitedly and kept eating. She took the opportunity to run behind the iron box on the side, cut out the menu bar, opened the still, and swung the sword with a clanging sound. Although Sakaki Hararaku didn't understand the game, he could tell that the increasingly red iron box would fly out later. Sure enough, in the end, the iron box sent all the wild boars away. So smart. Of course. What else can be done? Wait a minute, I'll show you. Aling showed him how to make the animal meat hang in the air, so that the group of wild boar people could see it but not eat it, and they kept circling around. It also showed how to lure all the wild boar people to the water and freeze them with ice element weapons, and then use a banana fan to blow them all into the water. By the way, when did you buy this game console? Julie Yuli gave it to me. I'm afraid you didn't steal her. No, please buy one of the Nye brothers she gave me. Let's play online games. No, I love studying. Since the road was closed and there was traffic jam, Sakakibara watched Suzu play Switch all morning. The time was delayed and there was no other way, so the flight had to be rescheduled to the evening. Sakakibara told Julie Yuli about this at the airport. Her answers showed nothing unusual. How is Liuli doing at school recently? It's very good, but recently everyone said I was a little distracted. Julie Yuli. This is me thinking about myself. Sakakibara and Julie Yuli chatted for a long time, talking to themselves about what she had seen recently and what she was doing every day. Until, Amami Nanami suddenly took out her mobile phone. Oh. What are you doing? Amami Nanamizuki slid her finger across the screen. After a while, she moved her hands and looked at Sakakihara Raku with only one eye. Check what you and your sister talked about. Check. Raku Sakakihara was sitting in the waiting area of the airport and smiled. It sounds like we are boyfriend and girlfriend. I don't know what someone said to grandma. Tian Haikaimingu continued to search the chat content, sliding her finger on the screen, and her eyes reflected some of the line bubbles in the phone. It seems that my sister misses you very much. Did you see it? Amami Nanamijetsu turned the phone over and faced Sakakibara Raku's face. The first message is good morning, the message you and your sister sent when we set off at 8 o'clock. Not 10 minutes later, you and your sister started talking again, and they have been chatting until now at 4:30 in the afternoon. Unless necessary during class time, you and your sister chatted for hundreds of messages. Every time when class was over, she would text you I'm out of class, and then you would reply with what class are you in, and then you would start talking endlessly. We chatted about daily trivial matters until class resumed. Sakakihara smiled, isn't it interesting? Boring. You're bored, are you still reading? Whether it's boring or not, of course I won't know until I watch it. Sakakihara shook his head, arguing with Xiaoqiu was the most unfeasible thing. After you finish reading and chatting, you can return the phone to me. Tian Haikaimingu looked through the historical chat records in his line again. Who is Shui AI? The monitor of our class. Sakai Chitano. Aling's classmate and colleague. Kiyozawa Otoha. My friend's childhood sweetheart. Great aunt, are you checking your household registration? Tianhai Chi Minjiao continued to scroll through her phone, but there was no response. Sakakibara smiled and spread his hands indifferently. Don't worry, there is nothing in my phone, and the browser records do not exist at all. I have deleted them long ago. Then who is this? Who could it be? Could it be my first love? Sakakibara's pupils shrank because he saw the idea Shiya Suzaku. Wait, this isn't Dash. Amami Nanamijetsu raised the phone, avoided his hand, and stared directly into Sakakibara Raku's eyes. First love. This doesn't count. Online love can be considered first love. Nanami continued to read through Sakakibara Raku's dark history and read out the past messages. Can I meet you? I actually like you quite a bit. Can you tell me my real name? This is the first time I've chatted with a girl for so many days. If it were the other way around, Sakakihara Raku would definitely explode. But it's okay now, he's thick-skinned. Oh, I didn't expect that your first love was not my sister. This really doesn't count. It seems that you and Ashiya Suzuru have known each other for half a year, why don't we talk anymore? Of course I dumped her. Sakakihara waved his hand. Tianhai Minjio looked like, do you think I will believe it? A lot of the subsequent chat records were deleted. Were you dumped by your online dating partner, and then you felt deeply affected? This. I can't say I was deeply shocked. There are still blows. After all, he was indeed someone he had a crush on. As for the result, Sakakibara Raku glanced at Sakakibara Suzu, who ran to buy hamburgers. Now I want to punch her in the head. Ah, there are also private photo albums. Ha, it's okay, you don't know my password anyway. Isn't it my sister Chan's birthday? Ah, it's open. When Sakakibara opened his pupils, he found that Nanami Minjio was already looking at him, and thought to himself, it's over now. The 7 bright moons in the sky and the sea looked at them for a long time. The look should be described as thinking. She asked. Do you like legs that much? A little bit of manly fetish. You have such a habit that you don't even dare to touch him. Tianhai Minjio returned the phone to him. Who says I don't dare? If I touch you, you must confess to your sister. Do you dare? This is not okay. At 5:30 p.m., the rescheduled plane officially took off. At 7:01 p.m., the plane landed. When we got home, everyone was exhausted after a long day's walking. Aling, who was bouncing around, had no energy left. But as soon as she arrived at the door of her house, her nose caught the aroma of food. Someone is cooking at our house. It must be Julie Yuli's kid. She obviously told her to wait until we come back. Mom took out the key and said as she opened the door. As soon as he entered, he saw Tianhai Julie Yuli wearing an apron and busy having dinner in the kitchen. There was a lot of food on the dining table. Julie Yuli, did you do all this alone? Well, Tianhai Julie Yuli smiled and nodded, his eyes falling on everyone's faces. Welcome home. Sakakibara smiled and said, you can obviously wait until we get back before cooking. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I have nothing to do when I get home from school, and I might as well make a meal. Amamai Kuriyuri helped Sakakihara Raku bring the salute in his hands to the living room. She obviously wanted to talk to Sakakibara Leto at this time, but since everyone was still present, she didn't show it. This dinner was quite harmonious. The job of washing dishes fell to Sakakibara Raku and Kuriyuri. They divided the work and worked together. One person washed and the other rinsed with clean water. Sakakihara Raku couldn't bear to let Kuriyuri's hand touch the dishwater, so he took over the washing part. How's it going over there? It seemed to have snowed heavily the past few days. It's not bad. Although it's snowing, a few extra quilts can still keep you warm. Don't have a cold? No. While washing the dishes with a clanging bell, Tianhai Julie Yuli asked a lot of questions, but he didn't ask about Chi Minjio. Sakakibara didn't know what she was thinking. I don't know if she doesn't want to ask. Still deliberately not asking. After washing, Tianhai Julie Yuli secretly tickled him with her fingers and looked at him with a questioning look. This is her asking Sakakihara Raku, can she go to him at night? I just got back together with Julie Yuli, which should be said to be the fresh period of love. She must have missed herself these days. This is also nonsense. On the day she left, I knew how much she missed him. After washing the dishes, Sakakibara found a change of clothes and prepared to enter the bathroom to take a shower. I happened to meet Tianhai Kaimingyu, who had just come out of the bathroom and changed into shark pajamas. After taking a bath, Chi Minjio now likes to tie her hair into a low ponytail. That is, the kind with a ponytail below the head. Shark suit and twin ponytails plus 3 faceless faces. Very cute, Sakakibara praised deliberately. Sister, are you going to stay with me tonight? Wait a minute, you don't want to come too, do you? But don't. I'm very curious about what my sister would look like if she suddenly found me lying in your bed after she came here. 7 bright moons. You think I'm being naughty? How did you sleep with me yesterday? I won't give up on you. Very good. While you don't want to give up on me, you also don't want to give up on your sister. But in my opinion, your relationship with your sister is so shameless that you can't even see it. Isn't it natural to ruin your good deeds? In conclusion, this is because Xiaoqiu is jealous. She doesn't like to see herself and Li Yulai together. I still owe too much to Xiaoqiu. Sakakibara chose to surrender. Qi Minjiao, tell me what you want me to do. Other than confessing to Julie Yulai at this stage. Want to trade conditions for conditions. It's not a condition for condition, but it's because I can't stand you in the first place. Even after I promised you, if you still choose to provoke Julie Yulai, then it's just that the bad thing I did was discovered. Nanami stared at Sakakibara Raku with her blue eyes for quite a while. You win. I hate lying the most. I won't ruin the good things between you and your sister today. What about the conditions? Rejoining the literature club, Xiaolin, and I need someone to help clean the classroom. Qi Minjiao was absolutely impatient to see herself and Julie Yulai getting tired. The fact that she promised herself this showed that she was indeed soft-hearted. No problem. Seeing that he had promised her, Tianhai Kaimingyu left immediately. There is a kind of decisiveness that is out of sight, out of mind. He used to be completely partial to Julie Yulai, but now he has to keep a bowl of water in balance and can't offend anyone. As expected, this scumbag is not that easy to become. Sakakibara walked to the bathroom and spent 10 minutes taking a shower. He wiped his head with a towel, then went to the sink to brush his teeth. After washing and tidying up, he returned to the bedroom before 10:30. 10:30. Sakakibara began to study, lying on the bed and opening the class notes that Kuruori had brought to him. It wasn't until 12 o'clock in the morning when sleepiness hit him that he was ready to turn off the lights and go to sleep. However, not long after Sakakibara turned off the light and lay down, before she could officially close her eyes, the bedroom door was pushed open. He knew that Julie Yulai was coming. Within a moment, a head emerged from the bed. In addition to the familiar hair, her body was filled with fragrance. Because it was her head that poked out from under the quilt, her eyes flickered with shyness. That. I came here specially in the evening. Li Yulai must have something to say. Of course, Tianhai Julie Yulai looked a little uneasy, and her voice sounded like she was seeking something. We are dating now, right? Yeah, of course. Nana. Lu Li seems a little unhappy lately. It's not that I'm unhappy, but I really miss you these days. Tianhai Julie Yulai was very hesitating whether to speak out his true thoughts directly. But the words she was still hesitating about at first, as Sakakibara took the initiative to take her into his arms and hug her, she subconsciously said it to him. Tianhai Julie Yulai didn't react. Ahem. Although my emotional intelligence is not very high, I can still see your state, Li Yulai. Is that so? As she buried her head in his chest, the girl quickly blushed. He's right. She missed him these days. It's snowing again in the sky, and it will be particularly cold at night. Hiding under the covers, I wanted to use line to contact him, but I was afraid of disturbing him too much and annoying him. Sakakibara Raku could probably understand what kind of state Jurulai was in now, and patted her back with his hand to comfort her emotions. She was already a little insecure, and this feeling became even deeper when she returned to her hometown just after the two reconciled. Not to mention that Qi Minjiao secretly followed him. Usually when he goes home, Julie Yulai is alone. You will definitely have random thoughts. Such a hug from him seemed to make the girl settle down in his arms. Do girls always behave like this when they fall in love? Ah! Becoming clingy. Only then did Tianhaijuli realize that he had unknowingly slipped his entire upper body into his arms. Rather than leaning against his chest, she was curled up on his chest. Sorry. Apologize for what? When Tianhaijuli saw him, she realized that he was now her boyfriend. Her ears became hot and red, and she felt a little sweet in her heart. She said with a soft expression, I don't know why I have to apologize. Li Yulai, are you actually very shy? Tianhaijuli slowly raised her head and stared directly into his eyes. She was a little more lively. Within a moment, she turned her gaze sideways, twisted her hair with her fingers and said, yes, there are some. How about a kiss then? Just think of it as an exercise in overcoming shyness. Kiss me. Didn't we kiss before? Tianhaijuli soft cheeks suddenly turned redder. The bed is very small. The quilt is even smaller in winter. However, in this small quilt, the girl was shy on the other side of the pillow. The quilt covered her head, and the thin air was filled with her scent. Her look is strangely reminiscent of Chi Minjiu blushing in her arms. Similarly, when you see Chi Minjiu's cold face, you will also think of Julie Yuli's shy dodge. As long as it's you, yes, you can do it for a while. Ahem. Sakaki Hararaku didn't expect Julie Yuli to actually agree. I was just joking, I didn't really mean it. No, no kiss. Julie Yuli wants me to kiss you. This is too embarrassing for a girl to say, but there are still some differences between Tianhaijuli and other girls who are just shy. That is, after she confirms her feelings, she will work hard to express her feelings. She nodded slightly. But when she agreed, she would be so shy that she would want to hide away. Sakakibara was happy to see her like this, his heart was burned by her cuteness, and he also felt a little embarrassed. Whenever this happens, Sakaki Hararaku will encourage himself to be a man. Just kiss when you have to, the woman has agreed, why are you still nagging? Having said that, when I really saw the girl's slightly pursed cherry-colored lips, I was still a little curious about what it tasted like. Along with curiosity, hesitation also arises. Then, here I come. Tianhaijuli tried his best to close his eyes and raised his chin intentionally or unintentionally. Sakakibara slowly approached and kissed her soft cheek. Sakaki Hararaku was actually deliberately causing trouble. He wanted to see what kind of expression Julie Yuli would have after meeting such misplaced expectations. Surprised? Not satisfied? Or is it that you still have more to say? But what was unexpected was that Tianhaijuli quickly kissed him back gently on the cheek. Unexpectedly, for deliberately teasing Julie Yuli, she defeated an entire army. Why did you kiss me? You also said that you deliberately caused mischief. Tianhaijuli tone was a little bit complaining, but he did not want to say it too harshly, and it was a bit coquettish. I do not have it. It's just intentional mischief. Trouble? Could it be that Li Yuli always thought I was going to kiss you? Tianhaijuli felt a little resentful. Sakaki Hararaku felt that this kind of kuruuri was so cute, so he stretched out his hand under the quilt to hug her, and then kissed her on the cheek. She was not very willing at first, but under the hug and warmth in the bed, she gradually relaxed her heart and surrendered to his movements. The girl began to squint her eyes comfortably, turned her cheek to the side, and smiled happily. Occasionally, she would be kissed on the cheek more often, and she would shyly kiss Sakaki Hararaku's cheek back. After the kiss, she became blushing and shy again. One look at her, her cute appearance made her beating heart quickly heat up. What is this? Love your reward. The two laughed and even buried their heads under the quilt to play. After all, the girl blushed, gasped, and her hair was messed up. Clothing. Her clothes were still in disarray, and she was still wearing the suspender dress and pajamas. However, If you look closely, you can see that not only her face, but also her snow-white collarbone is stained with a faint blush. She is really beautiful. So cute. Li. Well, do you want to continue? Dot. Why does it sound like Julie Yuli's words are still a bit unfinished? No, I have something to tell you. Say it. Didn't I say before that you should find something you like? Yes, I told you. Have you found Li Yuli now? We have found it. Tianhai Julie Yuli's eyes were firm. What is it? Sakakibara asked. Tianhai Julie Yuli's gaze remained firm for less than half a second before falling again. Sakakihara was silent for a long time with his mouth open, because Julie Yuli's words were not meant as a joke and were 100% sincere. Besides me. Tianhai Julie Yuli thought for a while, no more. Have you tried to find it yet? I've been trying a lot these days, but there's nothing I like too much. Both Kyoto and piano. Tianhai Julie Yuli shook his head. Piano. Although I can get something from it, but it is not necessary. Kyoto. I remember I told my brother before that Kyoto is a kind of relaxation for me, but it is only a kind of relaxation. When I draw the bow, the string will be very tight, and when you release your thumb, the arrow will fly out, and the pressure will seem to fly away. Sakakihara Raku was confused. Isn't it something you love? Well, it's useful, and I like it a lot, but it's not my favorite, and it's not my favorite. I understand, Sakakihara Raku said. Ruri, in fact, I also have plans to improve myself recently. But brother, haven't you worked very hard? It's indeed enough for ordinary people, but I don't think it's enough for me. At least I can't compare to either you or Chi Minjio, right? I don't care about this. Of course I know this, and I'm clear about it. Sakakibara smiled. Ruri, just think it's a man's pride that's causing trouble, okay? Do you want to surpass me? Sakakibara smiled slightly. Ruri, what you said makes you feel like you are being challenged. Even though it's you, if you want to surpass me, I won't let you go. Sakakihara couldn't help but laugh again. This makes us feel like enemies and friends, making progress together. Then let's work hard to find our goals or hobbies for the next stage of our lives, okay? Tianhai Julie Yuli nodded. That's it, go to bed now. Sakakibara reached out to lift the hair around her ears and touched her soft cheeks and hot ears. Tianhai Julie Yuli whispered something. Huh? What are you talking about? Girls' ears and faces are not allowed to be touched. Then you can mess up your mouth and face as you like. Before Sakakibara Raku finished speaking, Amamikuruori smiled and buried her face in his arms, leaning against him, showing a gentle smile in his embrace. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Buletin 11 Huan Tio Yu Lan. Chapter 206. There is only one word for the weather at the end of November this year. Cold. It's cold with light snow. The whole of Tokyo was shrouded in snow. The snowflakes were flying and falling like white glimmers. The light gray and mottled white clouds were intertwined together. The vastness was chilling. Fujino Yoshiyuki looked up at the sky and couldn't help tightening the sides of his school uniform. I said, isn't it cold today? It's cold, very cold, said Nishijima Oi, who wore 2 woolen sweaters under his school uniform. How cold is it? Your mother opened your bed in the morning and forced you to get out of bed. Since it's so cold, why is that guy Sakakibara still running in just short-sleeved shorts? Fujino hugged his clothes and followed a running figure on the playground from left to right. Look at the whole playground. Got him running alone. Maybe he enjoys being noticed. What's the meaning? Didn't you notice that the windows were full of people watching him run? After Nishijima Ogai said this, Fujino Yoshiyuki leaned out of the classroom window. This is the fourth floor. Following this floor and looking to the right, every classroom window is full of students watching. He hasn't played with us recently, has he? That's right. Solving problems in the classroom the whole time. That's right. Why is he acting like this suddenly? Perhaps, we are working in a direction that we don't know. Fujino Yoshiyuki looked at Sakakihara Rakuna's graceful steps on the red runway in the distance. At the same time, he tightened his coat and cast an admiring look at him. It's after school in the afternoon. Classroom of the Department of Literature. Amami Nanami wore gold-rimmed glasses, and her slender fingers as white as lotus roots opened the book. She was reading the mystery novel Golden Dreams written by Kotaro Isaka. Chi Minjio likes mystery novels very much. Sakakihara held his school bag, pulled out the stool opposite hers, and sat down in front of her with a smile. Tian Haikaiminyu slightly raised her sky-blue eyes, and her glasses reflected the white light and looked at him. I heard that you have recently wanted to surpass your sister in studies. Yes. I advise you to give up. No, Chi Minjio, don't put things on me that you can't do. Everything is possible. Tian Haikaiminyu sighed helplessly and put down the book. You haven't even surpassed me, how can you surpass my sister? What is the concept of Julie Yuli's grades in school? She is the ceiling. She is an insurmountable learning barrier in this school. In Nishijima Oi's words, she is the most beautiful girl in the school with the best academic performance. Since arriving at this school, she has never fallen below the first place in the exam. Usually, in any school or exam, the two sisters always take the first and second place. No surprises. You know that even I can't tie for first place with my sister sometimes. Brother, you think you can do it? Many things can be achieved without hard work. On the contrary, thinking that hard work can lead to success is arrogance. How will you know if you don't try? Tian Haikaiminyu said nothing, continued to lower his head and turned to read a book. Sakakihara Raku was not idle either. He took out his reference books, spread them out on the desk, and started studying. Walking on air, Raku Sakakihara thought for a long time, then looked at Tian Haikaiminyu, walking on air. Tian Haikaiminyu didn't even raise his eyes. Slang means happy. If translated, you can roughly understand it as happy enough to fly into the sky. Understood. Sakakihara buried his head and wrote 2 more words in his homework book. What can I replace this no matter what happens with? Rain or shine? Rainy day, or sunny day? Wait, I understand, 2 opposite weather conditions can be understood as rain or shine. Tian Haikaiminyu didn't answer, which was regarded as acquiescence. While reading, Sakakihara asked her many questions one after another. Although he was not optimistic about it, Tian Haikaiminyu did not deny his right to study and completely denied that his efforts were useless. Didn't you come to my place today to prepare for cleaning? Well, right now, I'll start working after I finish writing. After several months, it can be said that the classrooms of the Department of Literature have fallen into a thick layer of dust. It is quite uncomfortable to collect water and clean in winter, because your hands have to touch the cold water, and when you put your hands into the water, the cold goes straight to your bones. Aren't your hands cold? Tian Haikaiminyu watched him standing on the chair and cleaning the window. It must be cold. Sakakibara turned around and smiled at Nanimingzuki. Nanimingzuki, are you caring about me? Tian Haikaiminyu said expressionlessly, I don't want to have too much affection for a guy who wants to have 2 things. Xiaoqiu is jealous again. Sakakibara noticed this. It was probably because she saw Julie Yuli coming out of her room this morning. Actually, nothing happened. Sakakihara-san, do you think I will believe it? No, Xiaoqiu is really jealous. I promise, it's absolutely nothing. Raku Sakakihara smiled at her. By the way, Nanamijiyo, you've finished eating your potato chips, are you going to the supermarket today? So I'll take you there, and I can also help you carry things. Attentiveness. Sakakihara smiled again, well, I'm just trying to be courteous to you. Tian Hikaiminyu saw his smile and felt that this guy was very thick-skinned, no one will do the tricks of the three-legged cat because of these few words of yours. Then after today's club activities are over, do you want to go to the supermarket together? I'll let Julie Yuli go home by himself first. The air was quiet. Tian Hikaiminyu kept looking at him in silence. It is certainly a pleasure to go out with a beautiful girl. Tian Hikaiminyu stood very straight on the tram, with her small schoolbag slung behind her back. Her Western-style school uniform and cardigan highlighted her cedar-like temperament. Her long flaxen hair stretches behind her. It has to be said that Chi Minjiu is simply the benchmark for a well-proportioned figure. The perfect upper body curve and the flawless lower body line give people a slim beauty just by standing upright. In addition, the pair of black silk slim legs with clear curves under the pleated skirt are stepped on. Generally speaking, black leather shoes are very attractive and full of girly feeling. Tian Hikaiminyu was tired of looking at the scenery outside the tram. At the same time, she noticed the gaze of someone beside her. She took out her mobile phone and typed fonts with one hand. Raku Sakakihara felt the vibration in his pants pocket and took out his cell phone. The two were chatting with each other on their mobile phones less than 10 centimeters apart. Peep. Correction, looking at it blatantly, but I'm not the only one looking at you in this carriage, right? Why, just ask me. They only have a look. What do you think they are looking at? What else can you look at? The legs of a beautiful girl. You are wearing black stockings and a pleated skirt. They are so eye-catching. Then what else do they want to see? Don't think about it, I definitely want to see under the skirt. Then do you want to see it? I can show it to you alone. Sakakibara pulled the trolley ring and glanced at Amami Nanamayu, but only saw her cold profile. Take another look at the chat she sent herself. This sentence. It was obviously just a piece of ordinary text enclosed in a green bubble on the line interface. But as long as the movements in the text are combined with her 3-0 face, a wonderful psychology will be born. Are you feeling it? She seemed to be teasing, examining, or mocking condescendingly. This is the only thing that Sakakibara doesn't want to admit. Chi Minjiu will definitely not satisfy herself so easily. She likes to whet one's appetite the most. What's the price? It seems that you have learned to be smart, but the price is to decisively cut off the relationship with your sister. It seems that Chi Minjiu is still angry. No way. From Chi Minjiu's perspective, he is now a shameless scumbag. Sakakihara knew this, so he wanted to accompany her to buy potato chips today. Of course it cannot be comforted directly. Chi Minjiu doesn't really like the kind of direct spoken words. Either comfort her or take action. Or just use subtle language to show a little concern for her. Thinking of this, Sakakihara Raku even thought that he had mastered the secret of how to make Nanamijiu happy. After getting off the bus, Chi Minjiu didn't really appreciate it until we went to the supermarket to buy potato chips together. She wouldn't even agree to help her get potato chips. There's something wrong with this. Why did Chi Minjiu not like to be in contact with him anymore after he compromised? It's not that she likes herself and has confessed to herself so many times. As long as he affirms his love for her, will she turn against him? You have a beautiful thought. Tian Hikaiminyu held a pile of potato chips, as if she could see through his mind. Are you wondering why I don't like to be close to you anymore? I can probably understand it a little bit. The reason is simple. What was our relationship before? Sister's boyfriend. If I take the initiative to you, what can I get? The emotion slowly peeled away from Julie Yuli. But what now? Sakakihara figured it out. The relationship is fixed, because you know that I can't completely give up Julie Yuli. Tian Haikaimingu was very unhappy. Even while holding a lot of potato chips, I can compromise with you, but I will not compromise with my sister, do you understand? Sakakibara understands. What he was actually thinking was, wouldn't it be perfect if two people just settled down at their own time? Although this idea is indeed shameless. The one who is right now is Julie Yulai. Chi Minjiao just wants the feeling of betraying Julie Yulai, or she just gives up on Julie Yulai and gets along with her slowly. 7:10. In winter, the nights are long and the days are short, and snow is falling in the sky. There are only a few people walking around on the street. But like this, Chi Minjiao will still feel uncomfortable, right? Sakaki Hararaku doesn't want to be the same now. I quite like seeing Chi Minjiao's inadvertent shyness when she gets along with her. If Chi Minjiao opens her mouth, she will definitely reject her. It's better to be more direct. Tian Haikaimingu was waiting for the traffic light under the snowy sky. She was holding a big bag of potato chips that she had just bought from the supermarket. But she was clearly walking well when suddenly someone lifted her up from behind like a princess. She didn't expect it at all, and she was a little panicked. What are you doing? Well, Raku Sakakibara smiled at Amami Nanamajetsu, who was holding him in his arms. I'll take you to buy some more things. She is lighter than expected. The shoulders are smaller than expected, and the thighs are quite textured. Seeing that the big bag of potato chips in her hand was about to fall, Sakakibara deliberately hooked it with his fingers to try to make Chi Minjiao as comfortable as possible. In this posture. Very romantic, isn't it? Even with Tian Haikaimingu's cultivation, he couldn't help but get angry. Put me down. I won't let go. Sakakibara Raku. I still won't let go. I'm going to be angry. Sakakihara continued to smile at the girl in his arms and said, then you can be angry, I still don't want to let go. It's strange, for his excessive behavior, very outrageous actions. Tian Haikaimingu is more helpless than angry. Is it cold? I see you are wearing a woolen sweater underneath today. Is now the time to care about such things? Nanami wanted to be angry again, because this guy Sakakibara deliberately showed the feeling that she was going to fall. This feeling forced Nanami to reach out and grab his shirt in order to maintain balance. Tian Haikaimingu didn't want to talk at all now. Seeing her like this in his arms, Sakakihara wanted to laugh, very, very much. If it were a Ling, if she was unwilling, she would definitely resist desperately regardless of her image. Kaimingu will not work. She is quite reserved, so reserved that she doesn't move around. In fact, looking at it this way, Chi Minjiao is quite well behaved. Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. There will be something good for you in the future. Sakakihara Raku disagreed. These words come from the mouth of a little girl being hugged by a princess, which is not very convincing. As he spoke, he also weighed Chi Minjiao up and asked her to lean into his arms. You. Ha ha ha, little devil, you have today too. If he didn't have to maintain his image, Sakakihara Raku would really want to laugh out loud. When the light turned green, Raku Sakakihara started walking across the street along the zebra crossing. To be honest, it feels great to hold someone in your arms like this. The softness and warmth of her body can be well reflected in your hands and chest. It's a pity that Chi Minjiao didn't cooperate very well. She just grabbed his clothes and didn't put her hands around his neck. This made Sakakihara Raku have to spend more effort to hug her. Walking through the transparently lit fashion clothing store, Tian Haikaimingu had already noticed that several passers-by were looking at her. Don't you feel ashamed? I, Sakakibara Raku, am thick-skinned. Shameless Tian Haikaimingu pondered for a long time and finally gave him such an evaluation. Thanks for the compliment. On a snowy night, I walked down the street holding a girl in a princess hug. It doesn't matter if you don't want to attract attention. But there are not many strange things in the world now. Most of the passers-by on the street just cast curious glances, thinking that they were a very loving couple, nothing more. I see the concern for Chi Minjiao in the eyes of many people. They are thinking that I am holding you and you turn your face to me. Are you sick? Tian Haikimingyu didn't want to say a word. After walking 2 streets, at the intersection of the commercial street, where there were more people, Raku Sakakihara took the initiative to put Tenkai Nanamajetsu down. Angry. Tian Haikimingyu ignored him and sat directly on the bench under the Zelkova tree without any intention of talking to him. Not even looking at him. Sakakihara Raku talked to her many times in a row, but she ignored her and just held her potato chips without saying a word. If you don't speak, then I'm leaving. Sakakihara reached out and shook her eyes. The 7 bright moons in the sky and the sea closed their eyes, not even wanting to look at them. I'm leaving. Still no response. I'm really leaving. With her eyes closed, Nanamai couldn't see the picture, but she could clearly hear what Raku Sakakihara said in the distance. I'm really gone. 5 minutes. For 5 minutes, there were only a few snowflakes on the street, a chilling wind, and the crowd's noisy interactions that had nothing to do with themselves. Isn't he really gone? Tian Haikimingyu was very patient and closed her eyes for another 2 minutes. I'm really leaving. I just wanted to hug you. There's no need to be so angry, right? 7 bright moons. Hi, Chi Minjiao. This time it was longer, a full 15 minutes. The cold wind in the winter night made people's shoulders tremble, and there was the sound of people stamping their feet slightly on the roadside. That scumbag is not really gone, is he? Tian Haikimingyu opened her eyes, but what she immediately welcomed was a cup of warm milk tea. And, of course, his slight smile. I went to buy milk tea just now, so I wasn't here. Tian Haikimingyu glanced at his milk tea. Then why didn't you speak just now? I'm waiting for you to forgive me. Sakakihara handed the milk tea in his right hand to her again. Take it. Tian Haikimingyu looked at his smile, the neon lights of the commercial street at night and the figures of passers-by entangled in her eyes, twinkling slightly. Still angry? Can this be considered an apology? Never mind. Tian Haikimingyu breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to take the thing in his hand. Soon the warmth of the milk tea spread along the cup wall to my hands. This more or less gave the body that was eroded by the cold wind a hint of warmth wandering behind. I bought the matcha flavor. I know you like less sugar, so I asked the clerk to put some less. Raku Sakakihara sat next to her. Tian Haikimingyu glanced at him. After Raku Sakakihara sat down, holding milk tea in his hand, he looked up at the night sky and the bustling skyscrapers in Tokyo with their lights always on. Chi Minjiao, actually I can't stand other people's concern for me. As long as others care about me, I will try my best to respond to their kindness to me. Then what? Then I found out that there was more than one person caring about me, which made me very confused. Even if you say that, I don't have any sympathy for you. Tian Haikimingyu sipped her milk tea. A sip of hot tea in winter soon made her body feel warm. I understand, because neither you nor Julie Yulai are wrong, so I don't want to say in front of you how good so and so is to me. You want me to take the initiative to put aside your dissatisfaction with your contact with your sister? No. Sakakibara looked away from the night and turned to Amamai Nanamai and said, I just want to say that I am very happy staying with you. Very happy. Absolutely happy. Absolutely happy. I didn't mean to question you. Well, Raku Sakakihara asked again, can I hug you? This sentence made Tian Haikimingyu stop drinking milk tea. For her, these words were not only what he said, but also what the person she had always wanted to chase said to her. No. Why? There is no reason. I don't want to compromise with you now. Then you can compromise with me on what you just said. That was without my sister, Tian Haikaiminyu looked at him and said, "Don't expect me to be more arrogant. I am a woman and I am just very selfish. In fact, Chi Minjiu doesn't refuse hugs at all. It's just that the meaning of her initiative and her own initiative are completely different. In other words, she had to take the initiative before he could hug her. But for some reason, Sakakibara couldn't let go of his desire to hug her when he saw her thin back sitting on the bench. So, while he was drinking milk tea with her, Sakakihara approached her little by little, then stretched out his hand from behind, and stopped her shoulder without her noticing. "Are you coming?" Tianhai Chi Minjiu fixed his movements with a look. "Well, don't be angry this time, okay?" Tianhai Kaimingyu sighed helplessly and asked, "Why do you want to hug me? Why? How do you describe this feeling?" "Well, I think you are very cute, so I want to hug you. Of course, I can't bear to see you being alone all the time. I think you will be very comfortable if I hug you occasionally. You are becoming more and more like a scumbag." "Oh, this, I dash." Sakakibara suddenly noticed that the girl was leaning on his shoulder. He could even imagine the scene he was facing at this moment. In a dark corner at the entrance of the commercial street, on a bench under a zelkova tree, two people were sitting together in winter, holding milk tea in hand. The girl leaned on the boy's shoulder, and they were in a daze together. "Don't you want to hug me?" Sakakihara asked her. "This is the highest level of treatment for a scumbag. But I really want to hug you. You have to understand." Tianhai Kaimingyu was immediately hugged into his arms. She looked up at him in her arms. At this moment, their eyes met. Sakakihara stared at her pretty face for a while, then chose her light pink lips and slowly moved closer. Kissed each other directly. They both closed their eyes at the same time. Let your lips breathe in and out according to the rhythm of your breathing. At the moment of contact, the brain felt like an electric shock, a sweet tingling sensation traveled on the back, and the rationality gradually disappeared, and was gradually paralyzed by the indescribable taste. The aroma of green apples infuses the wonderful taste and sound. His hands couldn't help but hug her petite body tightly. Indulging in this close contact, the sound of breathing slipped through my mind, leaving only the delicious fragrance passing between my lips. Kissing is really sweet. Tianhai Kaimingyu moved back and looked into his eyes. You make me feel like I stole something from my sister. Then do you want to come again? The next second, there were no words, only closing eyes to greet him again. This time it took even longer, until there were only two people left in the world, and their lips clearly didn't move. But it's clear that something is constantly being conveyed to each other, making it difficult to separate. Even Sakakibara Raku was suppressed by Nanamai, from kissing her to being kissed by her. Afterwards, Tianhai Kaimingyu seemed very happy. After your sister finds out, you will be finished. But you won't tell her, right? That's a possibility. It depends on whether you can make me happy. The two looked at each other, understood each other, and came into contact again. Sakakihara Raku deeply hugged the beautiful girl in his arms. Fortunately, this place is just a dim corner on the edge of the commercial street where the lights are hard to find. No one will care about the movements of the two people on a bench. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tio Yu Lan. Chapter 207. Call. As if breathing a sigh of relief, his chest rose and fell with his breathing. The palm of her hand seemed to still retain the warmth of her tiny arm, and the itching sensation of the girl's hair scratching her cheek with the sound of her breathing seemed to remain in her heart. The sweet aroma of green apple mixed with matcha lingers in your mouth. Last night is still fresh in my memory. Sakakibara knew that it was the first time he took the initiative to kiss Nanamayu. I had just woken up and was lying on the bed, and I still had endless memories of her. She refused and hesitated. I wonder if I should be the kind of scumbag who takes the initiative. But in the end, They still kissed each other. If I remember correctly, he kissed her 3 times, right? The breath enters the brain for a long time. The softness of the girl and the contact of the girl who is committed to herself are so sweet that one can forget time. It only seemed like a few minutes, but in fact it was almost 20 minutes of kissing. Very comfortable. Extremely comfortable. When I kissed him, I wanted to kiss her again, and I wanted to taste her a little more. Sakakibara lay on the bed, his mind filled with Nanami Mingzuki's emotionless but distant expression. On the winter night, the neon lights reflect the eyes, the impeccable cheeks, and the cold and sincere gaze. The lights of Tokyo's commercial streets flickered, and the lines of her cheeks were clearly outlined. The more this image appeared in my mind, the softness of her arms became more obvious in her hands, and the sweetness remaining on her lips became more mellow. He reached out and touched his lips. Sakakihara knew that he wanted to kiss her again at this moment. He couldn't help laughing and laughed at himself. It seems that he is really a scumbag. After getting up and going to wash up normally, Sakakibara accidentally met her. She stood in front of the sink in the bathroom, wearing fluffy shark pajamas, and her flaxen hair was tied back into 2 ponytails. It looked like he had just washed his face with hot water. His hair on both sides was slightly messy, and his face had a sheen that was wet with water. Even without any cosmetics, her skin is alluring. Sakakihara Raku pretended to go to the toilet, but in fact he secretly looked at her face. Just as she passed by, the aroma of green apples swayed gently, making people feel itchy. After coming out of the toilet, she was still standing there, twisting the washcloth in her hands. Sakakihara Raku couldn't help but want to see her. She was usually awe-inspiring and beautiful standing here, and her cherry-pink lips reminded him of the scene on the bench last night. He wanted to hug her waist from behind. This was what he was told in his heart. Someone has been looking at me since just now, Tianhai Kaimingyu said to the figure behind her in the mirror in front of the sink. She quickly turned her gaze away, giving Sakakibara Raku a delicate and emotionless profile. Sakakihara Raku only thinks it looks good, and the pajamas and twin tails are particularly good looking. What should I answer? I just think someone's lust is wrong. Tianhai Chi Minjiu reached out and pulled some of the hair soaked in hot water by her ears, pulled away the washcloth, and walked in front of him. The girl raised her head and looked up at him. There are no words, but Tianhai Kaimingyu's eyes seem to be able to peer into people's hearts. Soon, the polished lips faintly uttered 3 words. Want to kiss me? The sound was cold, yet extremely pleasant, as if the wind was blowing by my ear. It's like rejection, but also like invitation and temptation. It's amazing. I'd be lying to myself if I said I didn't want to. Sakakibara wanted to reach out and put his arms around her waist, but was slapped back by Nanami. Isn't it okay? You can't spoil a man. I spoiled you too much yesterday. Sakakihara Raku's hands suddenly became tense. That's not what you said, Aunt. We kissed last night, and from now on you will kiss me the hardest, okay? But look at how she looks now. Okay, Kaimingyu is still Kaimingyu. The awe-inspiring yet beautiful flower of the high mountains. You can't touch someone like her every day. Are you still thinking about what happened yesterday? Don't get me wrong, that's just a reward I gave you, Tianhai Chi Minjiu said expressionlessly. In addition to better physical fitness, people who are weaker than me in all aspects can have nothing in front of me. The right to speak, simply put, you are trash. After being scolded with a venomous tongue, Sakakihara Raku felt that Miss Tenkai was really cute. He quite liked her condescending and self-respecting attitude. You really can't kiss. Tianhai Kaimingyu glanced at him and became interested. Okay, call me Chi Minjiu's mother first. You can also call me mother alone. Why do you still care so much about this title? You can understand that the radiance of motherhood wants to shine on you. What a mess. Sakaki Hararaku would never agree to it anyway. Tian Hikaiminyu saw that he had no reaction and didn't care. At the same time, he had no intention of continuing this topic. The last day of November is my sister Chan's birthday, right? That's it? Are you going to prepare a gift for her? Sakaki Hara didn't know why she suddenly talked about this. Of course there are gifts, but do you still remember what Dad said to you? Sakaki Hara thought carefully and had no clue. What is it? He said he would take you back to Tianhai's house to visit. Sakakibara frowned, pinched his chin and thought carefully. It seems that I said that on your birthday. Yes, that's the day. My uncle said he would take me to Tianhai's house to see him when he has time. This time just happens to be my sister Chan's birthday. Sakakibara was slightly surprised and guessed, Uncle is planning to celebrate her birthday at Amami's house. That's the plan. How old is your Tianhai family? It's very big. Grandpa alone has 10 children. And Grandpa likes open spaces, including hot springs and gardens. Sakakibara remembered that Uncle Amami said that he had 9 sisters. The last youngest seems to be the same age as Chi Minjiu and the others. Then it's really big enough and we're going to hold a banquet then. If nothing else, that's it? Will the people who come then be the kind of people dash? As you think, you are either rich or noble. Tianhai Chi Minjiu waved her hand and said, I will tell you directly. The main purpose is to tell the outside world about the remarriage of Dad and Aunt, so that they know that Dad is married, and at the same time, I would like to introduce you and Sister Zhang to everyone. Of course, this is Grandpa's idea, and Dad doesn't like such a big fanfare. Why do you have such an idea? Sakaki Hara was curious. Dad doesn't like that kind of atmosphere. He won't go to the banquet unless necessary. Let me put it simply. Dad doesn't want to be the eldest son of the Tianhai family. He is very disgusted with it. He is very concerned about taking over the Tianhai family's industry. Resistance, he likes to be more free and ordinary, which is one of the reasons why Dad and Aunt got married. Uncle Tianhai and my mother are fundamentally not in the same social class. If Uncle Tianhai hadn't disliked that kind of atmosphere, it would have been impossible for him to marry my mother. Uncle Tianhai's family would not agree either. When getting along, there will indeed be differences in status and knowledge. Thinking about it carefully, no wonder my mother is always studying and reading when she is in love. The emotional mother wants to catch up with Uncle Tianhai. It is what Tianhai Kaimingyu said, a little ordinary. Well, for a behemoth like Tianhai Pharmaceutical, Uncle Tianhai's life is indeed ordinary enough. What do you think of the relationship between Dad and Aunt? I think it's pretty good. Although they are busy, they are also very happy when they are busy. Mom's restaurant is downstairs from Uncle Tianhai's office. Most of the time they work overtime together and go home together. Uncle Tianhai also went to my mother's place to eat at noon. Did Dad ever tell you about his intention to marry you into the family? Tianhai Kaimingyu suddenly asked again. Yes, I did. Sakaki Hara nodded. Why do you think he said this to you? Don't you think it's strange? Raku Sakaki Hara thought about it, recalling the atmosphere when Uncle Amami spoke to him. It's very strange. Logically speaking, there is no need for him to give up Juliuli to me like that. It's like giving your daughter away for nothing. Tianhai Kaimingyu suddenly interjected, first of all, let me correct you. Dad didn't give up my sister to you. He just said that he would not interfere with you after knowing that you like your sister and that your sister has a good impression of you. Secondly, he just said a little more about your possible future development. To put it bluntly, Dad is just telling you in advance so that you can be mentally prepared. What are you mentally prepared for? Sakaki Hararaku couldn't understand why. Tianhai Kaimingyu crossed her arms and turned her back to him and said, our lineage is the main lineage of the Tianhai family, and according to the order, our lineage should be in charge of the family business. But for Grandpa, Dad is too rebellious and uncontrollable. Not only did he go his own way and take the bar exam, he also went abroad to study without authorization, met my mother, deliberately got married without telling the family, and became pregnant with us. Nizai. Sakakibara thought of this word. Although it is not good to say that my future father-in-law is not good. In my grandfather's eyes, my father was a traitor. He gave up his billions of family fortune, had conflicts with his family, went to Europe to marry a female star, and suddenly announced that he had a child without any news. At that time, my father and his family had already known each other. If there is a conflict, it has already been a big deal, but there is nothing we can do about it, because my grandfather is the only son like my father. Tian Haikaimingu narrated calmly and glanced at him sideways. You can try to think about what kind of mentality it is. Put yourself into the old man's perspective. With good food and good feeding, the best thing is education, and what you want is almost at your fingertips. Ever since he was young, almost countless people have been surrounding his son. But this son of mine is not only ungrateful. He also went away to a foreign country, gave up his billions of family fortune, and went to marry a female star. Indeed, Uncle Tianhai was rebellious enough to embarrass the old man. If the eldest son is disobedient, then of course he has the second eldest son. However, after giving birth to a total of 9 children, the only one who is the eldest is a man. If it doesn't work, make another one while your body is still healthy. But it turned out to be a daughter. She is still a daughter of the same age as my granddaughter. Thinking about it this way, if Raku Sakakibara were the old man, he might be so angry that he would vomit blood. Tian Haikaimingu continued, in such a situation, Grandpa naturally has to find a way to deal with it. Unfortunately, Dad only has a younger sister, and even the twins' father gave birth to are all female. Sakakihara Raku was almost speechless. The Tianhai family is a country of girls, right? In this case, all Grandpa can do is put pressure on Dad. Sakakibara knew about this situation, Juliuli had told him. For a long period of time after the divorce, Uncle Tianhai was very busy, very busy. This should be a solution to the pressure placed on him by his family. But it is a pity that until now, my father is still firm in his opinion. He will not inherit Tianhai Pharmaceutical. Of course, Grandpa does not want to cut off his lineage. There is only one way. Nanamai glanced at Sakakibara Raku. Looking for a son-in-law. As soon as he said this, Sakakibara understood instantly. Emotional Uncle Tianhai is a hands-off shopkeeper. The words he said to himself actually meant that he wanted to turn the pressure from the Tianhai family onto himself. Even if you marry his daughter, this is what you should do. But at that time, there was nowhere to go, and the horoscope had not yet been written. Chi Minjio, don't you still have so many aunts? If you want to find a son-in-law, no matter how hard you turn, it won't be my turn. Although this is indeed the case, inheriting the family business cannot be smooth sailing. What is the most important thing for a family's son-in-law? It is trust, as well as the sense of belonging and loyalty to the family. Obviously, my uncles and grandfathers still look at it. No, Grandpa likes to train his successors from an early age, at least they are people he has watched grow up. In this way, as the boyfriend of the old man's youngest granddaughter, I really meet the most basic conditions in the old man's mind. Understood? Are you nervous? Are you thinking about what you are going to say after meeting Grandpa? No, you told me that the Tianhai family is not important. In the worst case, we will learn from Uncle Tianhai and elope together. Elope? So you're planning to give up now? I'm not saying give up. I have to challenge myself. Maybe Grandpa will take a liking to me. Tianhai Kaimingu once again knocked away his hand that wanted to hold her waist. Before you say this, you have to think clearly, you are only a high school student. Then I am currently second only to you and Julie Yulai, Sakakihara said with a smile, and wanted to reach out and hug her. Tian Haikaiminyu opened his hands again. Rejection for the third time. Sakakihara was aggrieved. He rejected him 3 times and made himself look like a fool. Wait until she rejects herself many times. Chi Minjiao, you're not taking the opportunity to take revenge, are you? Tian Haikaiminyu gave him a beautiful look. Congratulations, you guessed it right. It really is. I said, I hold grudges very much. When you make me happy again, I will reluctantly reward you. How to reward? What other reward do you want? School, noon. Running. 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 Rubber solace on the school's hard plastic track. Sakakihara Raku raised the corners of his mouth as he tasted the refreshing feeling of the little snowflakes brushing against his cheeks. The muscles of the whole body resolve the impact transmitted from the toes, and the gaze goes straight ahead along the red runway. The whistling in his ears and the breathing that went straight into his brain caused his lungs to continuously absorb oxygen with all their strength. Continuously move your legs, making your body become lighter and lighter. Every morning and afternoon, every time I run Sakakibara, I can feel the many eyes on the teaching building. There were doubts, curiosity, and joking encouragement and confessions from the girls. No one cares about these Sakakibara Raku. Some people may ask or wonder, what is the meaning of running? This is a difficult question to answer, and everyone's answer is different. But as far as Sakakibara is concerned, running can make him feel light, feel the pleasure of moving forward, and feel the pain of being unable to continue after his legs are sore. Why do I still wear short-sleeved shorts and run on the playground in the winter of late November? Then, only the word persistence can be explained. There was no one on the playground, but Sakakihara Raku was unaware of any movement other than his own, and his back suddenly tensed up. Hoo-hoo. Pretty rhythmic breathing. Someone is catching up. Sakakibara glanced to the right, and a short-haired man also wearing short sleeves and shorts appeared next to him. Who is it? Despite what Sakakihara thought to himself, his attention was more focused on his legs swaying rhythmically from side to side. Powerful, even and standardized. You can hear his clear breathing with every step. He seems to be a capable person. You've been running alone these days, right? Who are you? The cold wind mixed with snowflakes whistled in my ears, and my voice became a little blurry, with some non-stop breathing. Qingyayu, a second-year group. It seems that he is a senior. Are you Sakakibara Raku? A junior in the 4th group of the first year. The man who called himself Qingyayu suddenly smiled and called out Raku Sakakibara's name. I see you have been running in school these days. You know me. There are almost no students in the school who don't know you. After a brief pause, the man smiled again. You are a good runner. He suddenly sped up, walking faster and faster, moving forward step by step, firmly and powerfully. Sakakihara Raku was surpassed by him at once. This feeling of suddenly appearing from behind, pursuing closely and then quickly overtaking him made him feel a little provoked. He felt that under the back of the senior in front, the sounds of footsteps, breathing, and wind became clearer. A lot, everything changed in an instant. He knew what this feeling was. The feeling of being surpassed. A long-lost feeling surged from his heart. Sakakibara took a deep breath that chilled his lungs, stepped forward suddenly, and sprinted at full speed. At the door of the literature department classroom in the club building, Tian Haikaiminyu held a book in her arms and looked at the snowy playground through the lenses of gold-rimmed glasses. On the red runway, the two figures walked around in circles. I'm really tired. After watching them run 15 laps and both of them were exhausted, Tian Haikaiminyu withdrew her calm gaze, turned around, her slender black stocking legs under her pleated skirt, and walked downstairs to the corner. Taking a quiet and steady step. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tio Yu Lan. Chapter 208. Running. 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 In the past few days, in addition to studying, Sakakibara has been running on the school playground every afternoon. Attention is inevitable. Who would not take a look at the people wearing shorts and short sleeves who are still running in the winter during their spare time in the afternoon during the season? After many days, I would say something similar to "Sure enough, he is still running today." Who is that? Sakakibara-kun. He used to be the main force of the Kyoto Club. Before this, Raku Sakakibara was only moderately famous in school. He was ranked third in the school, had top-notch sports skills, had a delicate and strong appearance, and had always had a good reputation among girls. So now, he is a celebrity in the school. It's hard not to notice. After all, I see him every day. Not only classmates, but also many teachers noticed such a person running in the winter. Rumor has it that he also has an inexplicable relationship with the eldest lady of the Tianhai family, who is recognized as the most beautiful girl in the school. This further heated up discussions among his classmates. Therefore, a question about him couldn't help but arise. Why are you running in this weather? Everyone has deep speculations, but most people will definitely not pay attention to the reason why Sakakibara is running, let alone care. At most, I would ask the classmates around me out of curiosity. After getting unclear answers, I no longer have the intention to spend energy to get to the bottom of it. Sakakibara Raku noticed that in the past few days, there were seniors running with him at noon. A second-year senior who calls himself Chingyeu. Sakakibara rarely takes the initiative to contact others, but he will not be too resistant to others contacting him. Because of this, these few days of contact gave Sakakibara Raku a preliminary understanding of him. Come on. When Raku Sakakibara finished running today's goal and planned to call it a day, he would often say this while passing by. Come on? Sakakibara Raku wasn't so excited by his senior's words that he couldn't find Kita, but as soon as he said this and saw him running on the oval track, a strange psychology was aroused. He was still insisting, so why didn't he run a little longer? Then I ran with him for several more laps until I was completely exhausted, sweating all over my body, and my lungs couldn't stop sucking cold air from the outside world. Hoo-hoo. Sakakibara Raku breathed heavily, and while lowering his head, the outline of his vision was faintly black. He stood up with his knees in hand, calmed down a little, and prepared to walk slowly for a while to lower his heart rate before talking. Take this. Sakakibara turned his head and found that Senior Kinja in short sleeves and shorts was handing him a bottle of water. He was obviously very tired. There was also a girl standing behind him who was quite curious and poking her head. He looked like he was wearing a pair of in-ear headphones and had his hands in his pockets. It's hot, and your respiratory tract tends to dry out during winter running. I suggest you just take a few sips first. Thank you, Senior Raku. Sakakibara took the warm water bottle. Speaking of which, Sakakibara-san is really amazing. He can actually run as fast as Yukon. After the girl wearing a thick woolen sweater and a Western-style jacket walked over, a strange light flashed in her eyes. Chingyeu is very powerful? But what is certain is that he is quite professional, a detail Sakakibara observed after running with him for a few days. As for this girl. Who are you? Ah. It's my fault. I'm sorry. I should have introduced myself first. The girl wearing headphones bowed apologetically and said with a smile, my name is Umino Shishi. I'm a student in the second-year group. I can also be considered your junior. My senior sister. Raku Sakakibara observed that Umino-senpai was still holding a coat on her arm. Plus 2 bottles of water in the hands of himself and Senior Kinja. The relationship between the two is extraordinary. Umino-senpai. Sakakibara called her name as a greeting. Umino Shishi saw his movements, covered her mouth and smiled. I heard that Sakakibara-san is quite polite. I think it's quite cute. By the way, can I just call you Junior? I have no objection to this. But the title cute. Isn't it too fast to describe yourself? There is no way to describe a boy as cute. Sakakibara Raku didn't know what to say again. I'm sorry, Sakakibara-san, Shishi is just a little temperamental like this. She definitely didn't mean anything against you. She just thinks you should be easy to get along with. What a petty person. I was telling the truth. Okay. Umino Shishi stood on tiptoe in front of Qingyu and glared at him. Okay, I listen to you. Seeing her approaching, Qingyu couldn't help but take a step back. I know, I'm just telling Sakakibara-san that you don't mean much else. Raku Sakakibara took 2 sips of hot water without talking to each other, and wanted to return the water bottle, but Shishi Umino waved her hand and refused. It's okay, I originally planned to give it to you. This. It doesn't matter, it's not worth much money anyway. I see you and you have been running here for several days, how hard it is, just a glass of water is fine. Don't worry about you being jealous. Does he know about this? If you were in elementary school, brother, you really feel bad about taking away the things. Why don't you secretly tell me about your relationship with Julie Yulai? Why did Julie Yulai suddenly get involved? Umino-senpai was a little confused. But what she called was Julie Yulai instead of classmate Tianhai. This shows that the two have a certain relationship. Most likely to know. Senior, can you try asking Minister Tiankai himself? Sakakibara smiled. If I could ask, I wouldn't ask you. Unfortunately, it seems you don't know how to tell me. Actually, I have nothing to do with Minister Tianhai. We have a normal relationship. Sakakibara Raku doesn't care whether the relationship between the two is exposed or not. But the main reason is that the two people's identities are too sensitive together, and it will be very troublesome if they are exposed. It's a normal relationship. This is your fault, Junior. No one is normal enough to deliver lunches. Everyone is saying that Minister Tianhai of the Kyoto Club is very fond of you and is even pursuing you. Don't you know that there are some boys almost hate you to death? Why do they think you are? But if you don't want to say it, I certainly can't force you. And in my opinion, Junior, your image is much better than that group of guys. You are tall and have a good figure. I heard everyone said that your character is very good. If I were not in love, I would definitely like a boy like you. Shishi. Humph, are you jealous? I'm not jealous of your 2 words. Then what were you shouting about just now? You're just jealous. I was. Raku Sakakibara watched the 2 of them interact as a couple and ate a mouthful of dog food. Qingyu recovered from the side. I made you laugh. No, it's a normal communication. Sakakibara felt that the senior was very well-mannered and very approachable. Today's mission has been completed. In that case, Shishi and I will go back to the classroom first. Sakakibara-san will be here tomorrow, right? If nothing else happens. Well, then I will continue tomorrow unless something unexpected happens. After a brief chat, the 2 said goodbye to Sakakibara Raku. When leaving, the senior sister held the senior's hand and asked him, why did you suddenly think of running at this time? The senior took care of the senior sister and smiled apologetically in front of her and replied, I just suddenly thought about it. There is no special reason. Sakakibara Raku couldn't hear the rest of the conversation clearly. I really met someone suddenly. Unexpectedly, that senior Umino knew Julie Yulai. Watching them walk back to the teaching building, Sakakibara turned around and went to the gym to change clothes. Back in the classroom, it's still some time before the first class in the afternoon. Taking advantage of the opportunity of Fujino Yoshiyuki to chat with his childhood sweetheart, Sakakibara asked him about Seiyu. Ah, he must be the senior who has been running with you these past few days. What's his background? Fujino gave a strange look. You shouldn't ask me. You have been running around for a few days, so you should know each other. We were just running and there was basically no communication. Use running to communicate? You people who run in winter are really weird. But Senior Kinju, I think he is from the track and field club. Yes, I think about it, he is, you can tell by looking at his figure. I heard that he is from the track and field club. He won numerous awards in junior high school, broke records in his area, and was hailed as a genius boy by magazines. Nishijima Ogai was playing a game and interrupted at the next table, looking at it in the past few days. Sakakibara can run on par with that senior, haha, he's called a genius, but he's just mediocre. Fujino Yoshiyuki quietly said to Sakaki Hararaku, he defeated a so-called gaming genius in the game last weekend. Isn't he playing a single-player game? Oh, it's just that kind of speed record, you understand. Roughly understand. Class starts on time in 10 minutes. Sakakibara Raku didn't have much free time to be lazy. While listening to the lecture, he used multitasking to supplement the knowledge points he had missed in the previous 10 days. Julie Yulai was still considerate and specially copied an extra note for him. Sakaki Hararaku didn't know what to say when she got this class note written by herself. Opening the note, I saw the girl's handwriting, and it seemed that even her handwriting had a fragrance. Sakakibara checked his notes and the examples and notes on them, feeling more and more that these exam questions were developing in a tricky direction. If you weren't paying attention, you fell into a trap and lost points. There were many times when seeing the densely packed solutions to the exercises, Sakaki Hararaku didn't know how Kori could master so much knowledge. She seems to learn things very quickly, and as long as she puts her mind to it, it's hard to find anything she can't learn. The dishes she cooks have become more and more delicious recently. I wonder if this can be regarded as a genius? On the penultimate day of November, the sky was still covered with light snow. Normally when walking in school, Sakakibara Raku would often see Amamai Kururi surrounded by people. Everyone was talking and laughing in front of her, and she naturally talked to everyone. Girls cast envious glances, boys cast fond glances. With her extremely beautiful appearance and the accomplishments of a decent family background, she appeared to be graceful, calm in everything she dealt with. But such a beautiful girl became shy when sending a message to herself. Does that brother have time after school this afternoon? While Sakakibara was listening to the English radio and reading a book, he received a message sent by Kururi via line. Seeing the emoji of poking her head and fingers that she sent on the phone screen, Sakakibara smiled lightly. Sure enough, cute people can become very cute when they use emoticons. What's wrong? Tianhai Julie Yulai, in a few days, isn't it Suzuchan's birthday, but I don't have any good ideas for gifts for Suzuchan yet. Tianhai Julie Yulai, so after school this afternoon. Tianhai Julie Yulai, can we come together? Tianhai Julie Yulai, go shopping. Tianhai Julie Yulai, who had typed these paragraphs in succession, blushed and lay on the desk in his classroom. Is this considered a proactive request for a date? She thought to herself. Even Sakakibara Raku on the other end of the phone noticed Amamai Kururi's confusion and embarrassment. When his girlfriend asks him to go out with her, Sakakibara Raku will naturally not refuse. Is it after school or after club activities? Just after school, I need to go home and change my clothes later. Well, that's decided. Real. Well, see you in the afternoon. See you in the afternoon. Having made an agreement with Tenkai Kururi, Sakakibara naturally had to tell Nanamijiu. He is now a member of her club, and he has promised her to sit there when she has nothing to do. Aren't you coming over this afternoon? Yes. Reason. Reason. Sakakibara did not reply. Tian Hikiming, who was on the other end of the phone, seemed to be able to see through his mind from afar, and sent another message 3 seconds later. Is your sister dating you? Sakaki Hararaku no longer needs to hide anything. Well, yes, Julie Yulai asked me to go shopping together. I can't go to your place first this afternoon. It seems that you are still unable to be loyal to me, and you actually wanted to hide it from me at the beginning. Why use the word loyalty? Loyalty is loyalty. I think it is necessary to reorganize the relationship between the three of us now. Little Kyo is jealous again. He didn't expect that after he got a little closer to her, she would be so possessive of him. It's like he's thinking about himself for everything. Sakaki Hararaku quickly replied and comforted. No, you don't have to be like this. Wasn't it because I was afraid that you would be sad that I didn't take the initiative to tell you? After all, I was shopping with Julie Yulai. I was afraid that you would be jealous, and I liked your performance. Who knew you could guess it right away? Clicking send, Sakaki Hara felt that something was missing, so he typed and added another sentence. I have said it before, I also really like you. As soon as this message came out, there was no reply for a long time. Sakakibara even looked at the snowflakes outside the window until class arrived. If Xiao Chi Minjiao likes her the way she does, she will definitely be embarrassed if he tells her that he likes her. Chi Minjiao. Well, there is a high probability that Chi Minjiao will be embarrassed. Scumbag. When the Mandarin teacher walked into the classroom, Sakaki Hara held her cell phone under the drawer and saw her reply. Does this mean you agree? Sakakibara was satisfied. At the same time, he was still thinking about what it would be like for Chi Minjiao to see the I really like you expression he sent. Will you blush? Shy? Looking away in embarrassment? No, little Kyo is really too cute like that. It's so cute that Raku Sakaki Hara wants to send her another request. Can I kiss you tonight? Another message came from Nanamai, and Sakakibara quickly hid his phone to check it. Also, Sakaki Hara stared at it for a long time and suddenly realized. He needs to correct what he just said. I've said it before, I really like you. After this message was sent, Tian Hikiming did not reply again. She must be shy in the classroom. Although Sakaki Hararaku couldn't see her current appearance, her shy appearance was clearly outlined in his mind. It's really so cute. Sakaki Hararaku couldn't hold it any longer and quickly asked. Can I kiss you when I get back? Cannot. Len Bingbing was retorted. After school time. Isuzu went to work as usual, and even Sakaki Hararaku could feel that she had been busy recently. Except for going home at night and having breakfast in the morning, Sakaki Hararaku could not see her shadow. It's approaching her birthday. She expressed to herself in a subtle way that there is no need to prepare anything specially for the gift. But this made her appear to care about the gift. If he had a profound influence on Chi Minjiao when he was a child, how about the same for Aling? She often takes the gifts she made for her to the village to show off to her friends, proudly saying that it was something her brother made for her. If someone said something bad about her brother, she would still get into trouble with him. Aling has had a worship mentality since she was a child. So, she must care about what gift he gives her, right? Raku Sakaki Hara stood in the train, looking at the latest mobile phone in his hand. At that time, Aling's career had just started and she didn't have much money. It took her 1 year to save enough for a mobile phone like hers. But after she found out that her phone was broken, she secretly ran to buy one for herself while she was home. That she doesn't care about herself? No, she definitely cares about herself. It's just that Aling doesn't know how to express it, which makes her feel particularly hesitant when taking action. Raku Sakakihara raised his head and looked at the promotional poster for the TV anime Love is Like Mint inside the train carriage, and felt a little emotional for no reason. If I say that I hate her, she would most likely leave silently without saying a word. Alas, I feel a little sad thinking about this. Maybe this is the relationship between people. Chi Minjiu and Julie Yulai are actually the same. Because of this, Sakakihara wanted to work hard to deal with their feelings for him. She returned home with Tianhai Julie Yulai, and after saying please wait to herself, she quickly returned to her room. When she came out again, her long flaxen hair had been tied into a beautiful princess braid, a scarf was wrapped around her neck, and she wore a brown winter windbreaker on her upper body and a white knitted dress underneath. The black stockings fit her slender legs very well. Chi Minjiu and Julie Yulai are both very elegant girls. With their body proportions, regardless of whether they are wearing windbreakers or not, their legs under the skirts are particularly slender and conspicuous. Raku Sakakihara really likes their legs. He thought that this trip was more about buying gifts for a Ling. But Tianhai Julie Yulai didn't seem to think so. She cherished the time she spent with her. After seeing herself reaching out to her, she couldn't hide her joy and showed a soft smile of joy. Sakakihara Rakuta couldn't help laughing and said, I just went out to buy a gift, don't you have to be so happy? Doesn't this count as a date? Even if it's a date, you don't have to be so happy. Of course I'm happy on the date. Tianhai Julie Yulai held his hand, glanced at him secretly, and said with a bit of embarrassment, I really want to be alone with you. Many times when I think of our relationship, I will feel in my heart it's a wonderful experience. Relationship means boyfriend and girlfriend. Yes. When I think of dating you, I can't help but want to see you. Tianhai Julie Yulai was smiling when she said this. Her smile seemed to have magic power, with a bit of a girl's shyness, a bit of sweetness, and a bit of the yearning and happiness of a girl in her first love. Whenever this happens, Sakakihara Raku will pull her into his arms. Tianhai Julie Yulai also smiled and leaned on him, listening to his heartbeat, showing a sweet smile. Sakakibara kissed her soft cheek. Okay, let's go out. No. How? I want another kiss. Hold in your arms and kiss. Can. Then I have to kiss you 10 times. No, that's okay. After Sakakibara kissed her cheek a few times while playing around, she lowered her pink face, hugged his arm tightly, and squeezed her hand. He saw that she was acting coquettishly. What happened again? Not enough. How many more times to go? Sakakihara burst into laughter, and had no choice but to rub her gently on her face, which was trying to resist her. Tianhai Julie Yulai smiled even happier. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tiu Lan. Chapter 209. Julie Yulai is a beautiful girl who is extremely pure. Taking her out with you will give you a sense of spiritual satisfaction. The slim figure, hands folded in front, an elegant and beautiful gesture. At least, this is what she looked like before I bought her a croquette. She is now holding the croquette in her hand and eating it in small bites. This look is so cute. When Sakakibara Raku looked at her face and was accidentally spotted by her, she would return a heartfelt smile. To Sakakihara Raku, this smile was shy, and extremely romantic. It was obviously a snowy evening, but her smile made people feel like they were in spring with blooming flowers. Her flaxen hair, beautiful cheeks, and small earlobes all exude a soft and warm glow. What are you thinking about? Well, I just saw you smiling so beautifully and I was a little distracted. Really? Then wait a moment. Amamikururi suddenly stood in front of Sakakibara Raku. After he stopped, he deliberately smiled at him like a little girl who had just fallen in love. "How's it going? Does it look good?" This smile was full of sweetness. After looking at it for a long time, the fire in my heart burned inexplicably. Seeing it, Sakakihara suddenly wanted to touch her face and touch the soft smile she showed to him. "Why are you smiling so stupidly? Don't you like it? It must be fake if you don't like it. Nice. You love it?" As soon as Raku Sakakihara extended his hand to her, she happily shook it back. From the front and back to the side, she spent the next long stretch of time eating the croquettes Sakakibara bought for her and pacing slowly beside her. Light and pretty. I don't know how many people on the road cast envious glances. I envy him for having such a beautiful girlfriend. Raku Sakakihara completely ignored the passers-by. Where do we go next? Have no idea. This was originally an impromptu date, and it was normal for it to have no destination. But the most indispensable thing for couples in the city of Tokyo is places to shop. After walking around the station, they saw a bookstore with a sign covered with vines and green plants next to the escalator. It seemed to be a bookstore and coffee shop combined. There is also a price list for coffee at the door of the bookstore. The decoration inside the store is quite unique, with many flower arrangements of various kinds, and the tables and chairs are all made of textured solid wood tables and chairs. A lazy white cat was lying on the largest wooden pile in the middle, squinting its eyes and wagging its tail as it took a nap. Tianhai Julie Yulai was aroused at the first sight. "That place looks great. Do you want to go?" Sakakihara asked her. "May I?" "Luli, what's wrong with what you said? I just thought you would take me there, a little bit. It was too much of a surprise." Tianhai Julie Yulai smiled, even more adorable. Raku Sakakibara walked down from the front desk carrying 2 cups of coffee, while Amamikururi was still stroking the cat's head on the wooden stake. "Julie Yulai likes cats very much. I don't really like it, I just feel it feels comfortable to touch. The cat seems to like you too." "Yeah. Isn't it raising its chin towards you and wagging its tail?" There was still a lot of wealth just after school. The decoration and flower arrangements in the store are quite beautiful, and there are many varieties that Sakakibara Raku cannot even name. The environment is good, but the width of the location is really hard to compliment. After sitting down with a cup of hot coffee, I feel relaxed in this cold winter. Sakakibara Raku and Amamikururi were facing each other, sitting by the window. Julie Yulai seemed to have a lot to say to herself at this time, and was surprisingly talkative. She could talk about everything about school, childhood, games, things she heard or saw, even though they were just trivial things, and he couldn't get a word in most of the time. Sakakibara was happy to listen. There seemed to be nothing more interesting in winter than listening to a beautiful girl talk about her childhood while holding a cup of coffee. While chatting with each other, Sakakihara Raku accidentally glanced at her slender legs under the table. Out of some childlike interest, Sakakibara kicked her foot. Unexpectedly, when he kicked, she would also kick. While drinking coffee, the two of them were having fun under the table. "Has Liulai found something you like recently?" "Not yet." "Still none?" "Yeah," she nodded. "Julie Yulai is excellent, but she gives off a very confused feeling. Don't know what you want, don't understand your goals." In fact, this is also the current situation of most people. The same is true for Sakakihara Raku, but he still has short-term goals. That is to handle the relationship between the two sisters and try to make Julie Yulai accept it tactfully. But this matter. Once Sakakibara thought about the reaction she would show if she told Jurili that she still liked Nanamijiwa, she was at a loss. For Julie Yulai, he is her pillar of support now, right? I am willing to accompany her, willing to listen to her, and willing to support her inner thoughts. Because of this, She was so happy when he agreed to go out with her. If such a person suddenly said those words to her. Sakaki Hararaku also didn't dare to imagine the scene at that time. Let's talk about some happy things. Is there anywhere Julie Yulai you want to take me to? Place you want to go? Julie Yulai thought about it seriously. Does the game arcade count? Playing games, Sakaki Hara burst out laughing. He didn't expect this. That's right. Speaking of which, we haven't played games together for a long time. That's it, then let's go, I'll take you there. Really? Go now. Yes, go now. Great, can we go to Akihabara? Anything is fine. After leaving the cafe, the two of them prepared to take the Yamanote line to Akihabara in Shinjuku district. The two walked onto the platform and were shocked. The place was crowded with countless people. There are really too many people, so many that if you stand on tiptoe, you will only see rows of black people on the back of your head. It is noisy and boring, and one look at it will make you feel discouraged. And all kinds of smells are mixed together, and the air is so thin that it is suffocating. There are too many people here. After all, it's the rush hour for get off work and school. Sakaki Hararaku was reluctant to let Kuruori accompany him on such a train. He would only feel uncomfortable riding this kind of tram alone, let alone with a beautiful girlfriend. How about we take a taxi? But taxis in Tokyo are very crowded, right? This is true. When school and get off work hours are over, Tokyo Avenue is blocked for an hour or two, let alone going to areas like Akihabara. I have no choice but to take the tram. But why are there so many people today? 5 minutes later, the tram arrived late. Well, the people swarming in front knew that they couldn't squeeze in this time. I had to wait for another tram. The second tram arrived at the station. As soon as the tram door opened, Sakakibara immediately used his physical strength to force Julie Yulai in, half hugging her to the middle of the tramcar against the wall. In the narrow carriage, whether they were high school students who had just finished school, uncles who had gone out to drink, company employees who had just gotten off work, or single mothers with their children, they all swarmed in as soon as the door opened, squeezing the little space on the tram. Not to mention the seats, even the hanging rings are out of place. Most people can only hold onto the iron rods on the rings and rely on this to maintain balance. When the train closed and the announcement started, Raku Sakaki Hara also noticed that there was a short young girl in the middle who was so squeezed that her face was almost invisible, submerged into a pile of office workers' suits. It's really pitiful. Amami Kuruori also noticed the girl, and while she sympathized with her, she focused more on Sakaki Hararaku, who was protecting her with her back. Seeing him stretch out a hand to shield himself from strangers, he had a deeper impression of the word boyfriend in his heart. Would it be uncomfortable to stay here? No, it's okay. If you look at his face and his well-trained figure, you will feel that he is very handsome. I want to be hugged. I really want to be hugged by him. When Tianhai Julie Yulai came back to her senses, her face couldn't help but lowered, and her ears turned red. As the departure music spring box played, the train suddenly started to move. Sakakibara subconsciously grasped the iron rod, and subconsciously wrapped his left hand around Amami Kuruori's waist. Very soft. It's so thin and soft that you can feel it through your clothes. Half of Tianhai Julie Yulai's head was almost hidden in his chest. Sakaki Hararaku noticed that Amami Kuruori's face was very red and she looked very embarrassed. It was probably the movement of his arms around her waist. Sorry, subconscious behavior. After all, this was a tram with strangers next to it. Julie Yulai, who had rarely been in close contact with others since she was a child, would naturally feel embarrassed to be hugged by a boy like this. It's okay, thank you. Do you need me to let go some? No. No, no, that's it, it's fine. Tianhai Julie Yulai's voice became much softer, I don't have a hanging ring to pull on, so I can't stand firmly in most cases. And I'm quite happy for someone to support me like this. What she said was very cute, and the sky blue eyes that looked up at her made it even more cute. It was so cute that Sakakibara felt itchy in his heart and turned around in panic. But the hand holding her waist defied his thoughts and tightened again unconsciously. This time it was even more serious. As the train shook when it turned, Sakakibara could feel her shyness in front of him. Not this place. Now, no matter how generous Sakakibara Raku is, he feels a little embarrassed. This naturally made Tianhaijuli Yulai even more shy. Sorry, Sakakibara felt embarrassed and apologized twice in a row. Well, it's okay, I won't care. You're not feeling uncomfortable, are you? No, I just touched it accidentally. Because there were people next to them, both of them spoke in a much lower voice. The square-shaped Yamanote Line tram breaks through the cold winter wind and sails high into the city. Starting from this section of the road, there are more and more high-rise buildings visible to the naked eye. One after another, office buildings soaring into the sky flashed into view amidst the sound of trams running. They were so tall that it was intimidating. It was still snowing outside, and looking at it for a long time only made people feel the warmth of the crowd in the carriage. Speaking of which, when you first came to Tokyo, you also took the Yamanote Line, right? It was the family's first visit to the metropolis of Tokyo. Observe everything with a hillbilly eye and awe of the city. At that time, Ah-Ling was held by her mother, and she was looking at the new world building after building outside with novel eyes, full of curiosity. So hi. Tianhaijuli Yulai suddenly said the same words as Ah-Ling at that time. This made Sakakibara Raku quickly break away from the memories and was surprised. Didn't Kuruori grow up in Tokyo? Well, most of the time I just stood here and watched, very rarely. I can't say that, it's not accurate. The main reason is that the people watching together are different, so the observations are more detailed. Is it? Yes. Before high school, Chi Minjio and I basically went to school by car. Butler pickup. No, Dad doesn't like roles like housekeepers and maids. Basically, Dad sends us to school. So until my uncle remarries, you and Chi Minjio will always be alone at home. Yes, I often went out to buy lunch boxes at that time. It was quite cold in winter. Amamai Kuruori's words made Sakakibara lean her into his arms. She didn't resent this approach at all. Instead, she would cooperate with his movements and lean her head against his chest. This feeling is as warm as a fire on a dark snowy night. At Akihabara station, as soon as you get off the platform, there are many young girls in cosplay costumes handing out flyers, and there are also many little maids in maid outfits using soft and cute voices to solicit customers for coffee shops. They shouted, "Master, master, do you want to come to the store and take a look," and similar words. Most of them are cute in appearance. Even if many middle-aged men have seen a lot, they can easily be tempted and are dragged into the store to spend money. But a maid cafe is not a custom shop. There is basically no benefit to be gained, just go in and listen to a few words, "Master, please use it slowly," and don't even want to touch your body. Those little maids have their legs bare even in the cold weather. When the wind blows, won't their lower bodies get cold? What a pity. Tianhaijuli Yulai looked at them and said. What's a pity? Amamai Kuruori turned around and held Sakakibara's hand. Didn't I want you to see what I was wearing last time? But I was interrupted accidentally. That time you pretended to be a maid. I don't know why you all chose that place. It's very simple, because I don't want to be seen by others. After all, it is such shameful clothes and there is no point in wearing them for others to see. What if I want to see it? Then I can dress it up and show it to you casually. Tianhaijuli Yulai smiled lightly, and while holding his hand and holding his arm, he added, but we can only do it at home, and then rested her head on his shoulder. Sure enough, a maid who can only be accessed with money outside is not as comfortable as a girlfriend who loves you. Really? I want to see you wrap up your hair and leave only 2 bunches of hair in front of your ears. Does it look good like this? It looks good. By the way, I also like your ponytail. It's clean and refreshing. It's especially elegant and beautiful when you play tennis. Sakakibara Raku's 2 words made Amamikuro very happy to hear them. There are quite a lot of people in Akihabara even in winter. The shops are crowded together, and various promotional slogans are hung inside and outside the shops. The colorful building is covered with promotional posters for animation, games, and gal game. Raku Sakakihara also discovered the heroine in the anime voiced by Suzu, and unexpectedly she was hanging at the front of the Sega building. Is that character cute? Tianhai Yuli noticed that he had been watching. It's quite cute, but the main reason is because this is the character voiced by a Ling. If you look carefully, you can see that there are many people gathered below the building, waiting in line to buy something. Quite lively. Is this Hideki? Huh? Do you know Julie Yuli? Or are you following the anime? I actually watch every episode. I don't watch animation very much, but Chi Minjiu Ihui does. She told me when we chatted before. Chi Minjiu still likes to follow animations. I don't really like it, either. Amamikuro obviously couldn't wait any longer. He took Sakakihara Raku's arm to go to the next location. Okay, let's go play games together. Sakakihara smiled lightly and said, don't worry. Gaming room. As soon as you enter here, a variety of game sound effects pour into your ears. Sakakibara Raku could tell that Julie Yuli liked playing games. After she pulled herself into the game hall, she found a machine to sit down in a battle game. She knew that she was not very good at picking tricks, so she taught herself how to play. Yes, press it like this. Oh, I understand. Then let's get started. Let's say it first, I won't show mercy. Amamikuro is usually very gentle outside, but in the game he is all about killing everyone, and he never lets Sakakibara Raku off in the game. The previous 5 times in a row, she hummed her 3 times. Sakakibara Raku's old face was almost unbearable. No matter how you say it, he is still a man. How can he be controlled by her all the time and kill an entire team by himself? So he challenged again without giving up. After repeated efforts. Finally. Well, Raku Sakakihara is no match for her in the King of Fighters fight. Tianhai Yuli patted his back from behind, comforting him not to be sad and just try harder next time. How can I feel sad? Later, we came to a somatosensory shooting game in a private room. This is what Raku Sakakihara is good at, and he can play it back and forth. This game is actually quite difficult. Especially the boss, the barrages emitted are overwhelming. Failed again and again. Then they picked themselves up again and again, and in the end the 2 of them looked after each other, helping the one who fell, and rescuing the one who had more to blame. The feeling of supporting each other and beating the boss in this way is not only refreshing, but the mood can only be described as hearty. I passed the first level, do you want to continue? Certainly. Sakakihara Raku became more and more skilled in the hail of bullets, and the speed at which Juriuri killed enemies could only be described as fierce. Really fierce. Sakakihara couldn't understand why she could adapt so quickly and quickly avoid the barrages that filled the entire screen. His scalp went numb when he saw it. The alien's brains exploded under her slanted firepower. Sakakibara even doubted whether she was still Juruli. How can such a gentle person be so fierce? Realistic unboxing sound effects, exciting killing effects, coupled with the constant refreshing of the game above, the ever-increasing game scores. Tianhai Yuli looked focused and kept pulling the trigger of the simulated firearm. 1 shot per enemy. Sakakihara Raku felt like she was having fun. Julie has been playing games since he was a child. Well, I've been playing it for a long time. I guess I was playing on PS3 at that time. As she spoke, the character she controlled killed another group of attacking alien insect swarms. Come again, let's go together. Oh, okay. Sakakihara wanted to ask something else, but the game had now entered a fever pitch, and he had to get into the game again and challenge the game. Entering the third level, something is wrong with the atmosphere here. Everything is full of alien civilization. The boss is a huge, vast swarm of insects floating in the universe. This group of bugs infected humanity's most powerful fleet and came with a series of high-tech weapons developed by humans to deal with them. Soldiers were parasitized, mechas were infected, and the fleet was controlled. In other words, humans must fight against those they call heroes. I saw the commander in straight clothes standing on the battlefield, his veins bursting, his face red, roaring and shouting in the face of the hail of bullets, and the human soldiers wearing exoskeleton armor desperately pushing up. People kept dying, and people kept dying. The Zerg swarm up, along with various infected compatriots. In an instant, the atmosphere was heightened to the extreme. Following the rhythm of the game, just when humans are making progress with their strategies and successfully using orbital guns to shoot down the alien mothership. In the universe, a blood-red cross star shines, and a meteor falls rapidly. The ground trembled, dust flew up, and tens of thousands of people died in the Human Federation's positions in less than a moment. Soon, when the thousands of meters of dust dispersed, a mecha covered in bugs and flesh was revealed with the rumble of giant equipment operating. Civilization 6. The name is given on the screen. It's just different from the first time I saw it in the base. At this moment, its name is covered with bugs. This is a top-secret weapon used by the Human Federation to launch a surprise attack on the Zerg base camp. It is equipped with a high-energy particle beam emitter called Neutron Killer on its chest. After charging, the high-energy high-speed neutrons released will instantly tear apart the bodies and organs of all carbon-based organisms. Any genetic material. One strike can destroy the entire planet's living creatures. Of course, this one is a small model. At present, the Human Federation does not have the ability to create the power to destroy the ball with one strike. But even so, seeing the fall of this mecha, and seeing the spacecraft belonging to the Human Federation following closely behind. Countless soldiers in the picture are desperate. As mankind's most powerful weapon, the last light, Civilization 6. It was clearly carrying out a secret mission to exterminate the Zerg mother body, but now it fell into the hands of the enemy, and turned against the humans who relied on it for hope. Is there any hope for the Earth? Okay, although the introduction of this game is a bit on the secondary level, as soon as the game starts, the pictures on the big screen look quite shocking. The giant mecha moved slightly, and the deafening sound made the entire private room seem to be shaking. The feeling of shooting and the depth of the screen are quite amazing. The particle cannon on the boss's chest kills him upon contact, and when the bullets are fired, it's even doubtful whether it can cause any damage. The two of them went back and forth in this level dozens of times, but they still couldn't get past it. Sakakihara Raku also had his head slapped, completely forgetting the original purpose of going shopping with him. Do you want to continue? Yeah, keep going. Then I'm going to use the bathroom. I'll continue playing when I come back later. I should still be able to play for half an hour. Okay. Tianhaijuli Yuli couldn't wait to continue. Sakakihara smiled and walked out of the private room in the game hall. After going to the toilet and washing his hands in front of the sink, Sakakihara Raku saw Kururi standing behind him through the mirror. He was surprised immediately. Strange, didn't Yuli stay in the private room? Probably because he was blinded by playing games, Sakakibara didn't notice the girl's school uniform immediately, but only noticed her face. When he came to his senses, he realized that what was in front of him was not Julie Yulai, but Kaimingyu. Kaimingyu. Sakakihara admitted that she was a little flustered, and quickly pulled her to a small alley with two vending machines next to the entrance of the game arcade. And, why are you here? Tianhai Chi Minjia was still wearing her school uniform, with black stockings on her legs, making her overall slim. A light blue scarf was wrapped around his neck to keep warm. Under the snowy sky, her sky blue eyes looked straight at Sakakibara Raku, and she asked without emotion. I can't come. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tou Lan. Chapter 210. Chapter 208. The end of the date is actually the Shura field. Under the snowy sky, Nanamai's sky blue eyes looked straight at Sakakibara Raku, and asked without emotion. I can't come. Sakakihara admitted that he was panicking now, feeling like he had done something wrong and was afraid of being discovered. It's not that you can't come. It's just that I'm worried about what if you are discovered by Julie Yulai. So what if we find out? Chi Minjia, you don't know why you are asking. I haven't decided how to talk to her about our affairs yet. It's not like you don't know what to do yet, right? I just don't have to think for my competitors. Amamai Nanamai's eyes have been locked on Sakakibara Raku. Besides, what if my sister knows about it? She knows that I like you. Isn't it normal for me to come to you? Yes, that's true. Chi Minjia likes herself, so isn't it normal for her to come to find him? What does it have to do with myself? Sakakihara Raku felt like his head was blown by that shooting game. Well, that's true. I won't ask you why you came here. How did you find us? Tianhai Kaimingyu did not respond. Why don't you speak? She replied calmly, I followed you all the way. When you went home, I went home first. Snapped. Sakakibara slapped his forehead. In other words, he and Julie Yulai kissed each other on the face, held hands, hugged each other, and even went to drink coffee and chat. Did she read it all the way through? No wonder he always felt that when he was getting along with Julie Yulai today, there were a pair of secretly staring eyes that sent shivers down his spine. I see. Wait a minute, you squeezed into that train too. Sakakihara thought of something. The taxi I took was stuck in traffic for half an hour and just arrived. Tianhai Kaimingyu cherished the words like gold. What's the reason? Have I told you in advance that Julie Yulai and I are going out? Tianhai Kaimingyu still looked at him with the same expression. Aren't you jealous? I can't calm down and read a book. Tianhai Kaimingyu added this sentence the moment he finished speaking. So, Sakakibara wanted to laugh, but Chi Minjia was jealous again. So I came to find you. Chi Minjia, actually I like that unruly you very much. There was a rare hint of contempt on Tianhai Kaimingyu's lips. Being unruly doesn't mean you don't care about anything. You must understand that I don't trust you now. Maybe you and your sister will unite against me. After all, you suddenly promising this thing to me is weird in itself. That's of course because I know the bad things I did to you when I was a child. Sakakihara Raku would definitely not be able to say it directly, and if she did, she would definitely have to dig deeper. What about why do you suddenly remember it? You didn't hide it on purpose before, did you forget it? By then, Chi Minjia may not trust herself even more. That was a hell of a headache. Don't worry Chi Minjia, I won't lie to you anymore. What I want is not verbal promises, but real actions. Verbal commitment is the first step. So, can you please go home and sit down first? Sakakihara Raku's expression changed after a few seconds. Tianhai Kaimingyu pinched his waist. You are so resistant, isn't it because you don't want to be responsible for me? You want to lie to me again. Does it hurt? Of course it hurts. But being treated like this by a beautiful girl is also a kind of enjoyment. Others can't touch Chi Minjio if they want to. Numbing himself like this, Sakakibara stood up straight and sighed, not at all. I just think it's a bit too scumbag for me to go out with you two at the same time. Aren't you just a scumbag? Scumbags also have a bottom line, okay. Can I find another girl to chat with? Do you want to find another one? Of course I didn't mean it. Sakakibara roughly understood Nanamayu's attitude. She was actually jealous. After all, she had promised to go to her literature club every afternoon, but today her time was suddenly occupied by Julie Yulai. She felt extremely unbalanced. You know, she was already jealous of Julie Yulai, so it was normal for her to follow her if she couldn't bear it. The 7 bright moons in the sky and sea mean I will follow you today. Sakaki Hararaku saw it. It seems that you will not go back next. What are you going to do? Take me to see my sister. Okay, but you won't tell her about us, right? Sakakibara's expression froze. Tian Haikaimingu once again pinched the flesh on his waist and said, first, you said you were responsible for me, second, except for saying nice things, you have no actual responsible actions at all, third, you have to know that I was thinking about making things easier for you, so I deliberately didn't tell my sister about your scumbag behavior. It feels delicious to eat two at the same time, right? Absolutely not, Sakaki Harolepi smiled. Tianhai Chi Minjiu didn't want to embarrass him at all, and quickly retracted her hand, and she sighed helplessly. Why are you sighing suddenly? I have to set a rule for you. Please say. In the future, when you are in front of me, don't mention the things between you and your sister, do you understand? Isn't it just that you like to be jealous, Xiaoqiu? But even though she was very annoying, she seemed to consider her own difficulties and did not take the initiative to expose things that she had not yet exposed. From this point, Sakaki Hararaku can see her concern for him hidden beneath the surface. Next time, Chi Minjiu, next time I will take you out to play alone, okay? Tianhai Chi Minjiu stabbed him with a cold look, my mouth is full of coaxing scum. I am absolutely serious, whether it's you or Julie Yulai. And do you mean you don't want me to say these things to you? Tianhai Kaimingyu seemed to have heard something that she didn't expect at all. She suddenly turned her face to the side and folded her arms across her chest, leaving him with only a plain and delicate profile. I didn't say that. Her thin voice reached my ears. Cute, Tsundere is so cute. Chi Minjiu is cold and arrogant, but when she becomes shy, she is really cute. Sakaki Hararaku had the urge to hold her as a princess again. Of course, that's not possible now. Sakakibara smiled happily, and her hands on his waist were not too tight. Ahem, okay, I'll take you to meet Julie Yulai. Anyway, she won't be too surprised if she knows you're following her. By the way, are you ready for a Ling's birthday gift? No. Then let's go and have a look together later. A private room in the game room. Amamai Kuruori sat on the long sofa against the wall, waiting for Sakaki Bararaku to come back from using the bathroom. On the big screen is the paused game screen. Although we only spent a few hours together in the afternoon. But for Tianhai Julie Yulai, this is the happiest time she has had in several weeks. After hearing the knock on the door, she immediately wanted to get up to greet it. Let's continue quickly. But after she saw who was pushing the door open, her smile disappeared. Good afternoon, Sister Tianhai Kaimingyu, who was wearing a scarf around her neck and snow on her shoulders, put her hands in front of her and gave a very formal greeting to Tianhai Julie Yulai. Chi Minjiu. Why are you here? Amamai Kuruori moved her gaze to the face of Raku Sakakibara who looked helpless behind her. It seems that Lejun brought Chi Minjiu here. I went to the toilet just now and as soon as I came out to wash my hands, I met Chi Minjiu. Sakakibara explained and quickly observed the two twins looking at each other. They didn't speak anymore and were silent to each other. In Sakakibara's experience, this is undoubtedly the calm before the storm. On the contrary, the feeling of oppression was even greater. Speaking of which, my sister hasn't talked to me normally for a long time. 7 bright moons. Sister, don't you welcome me? Tianhaijuli Yulai replied calmly, if I replaced you with my identity, would you welcome me? Welcome to a certain extent, no matter what, that's my sister. But you won't give in on the most important ground, right? I can do it to the extent that you can do it, and you clearly crossed the line. What are you talking about, sister? If you like it, you have to fight for it. This is what you taught me before, right? There was no flinch on Tianhaijuli Yulai's face, but her mood was quite complicated. Sister, are you living a happy life now? You stay with your brother every day. Tianhaijuli Yulai felt even more uncomfortable when she heard this. If you ask her if she wants to take care of her sister, she definitely wants to, otherwise she would have acted like she wanted to give it to her in the first place. But that would be irresponsible for feelings. The situation is completely different now. When facing the person she likes, she doesn't want to give in at all. Sorry, Chi Minjiao, even if you say that, I will not make any compromise. I won't compromise on my sister either, but I don't think I have a chance of winning. Odds of winning. Tianhaijuli Yulai would not say to Chi Minjiao, can you please try to let go of this, because he couldn't let it go, so how could he persuade others? And now he is the one with the absolute advantage. As for the odds of winning that my sister said, this must be some care that Sakaki Hararaku gave her out of the relationship between sworn brothers and sisters. After all, he had long forgotten what happened when he was a child and would not understand Chi Minjiao's feelings for him. The most important thing is that the person he likes now is himself. Chi Minjiao is the third party that must be eliminated. Sister's eyes, do you want to drive me away? Don't Chi Minjiao think it's inappropriate for her to stay here? What's inappropriate? Tianhai Kaimingyu asked in a calm voice, with an elegant demeanor. If you rush here without telling me beforehand, you will only disturb other people's space. Sister wants to say that I take up your time, right? But that's not the case. It's obviously my sister who takes up my time. What's the meaning? Tianhaijuli Yulai's eyes showed doubts. As a member of the literature club, my brother is obliged to come to participate in club activities every afternoon. It was my sister who suddenly asked him out, and it was he who missed my time because of you. Brother, have you returned to the Faculty of Literature? Tianhaijuli Yulai's eyes suddenly looked over, with questioning and disbelief in his eyes. Julie Yulai's eyes. Sakaki Hara suddenly felt a little scared. If she knew that she also had thoughts about Chi Minjiao, how would she feel? I guess I will die in bed the next day. But this is also the only way to be a scumbag. Both of them were worried, so they had to face this difficult situation calmly. During this period, you will definitely come into contact with Shura fields many times. These are all tests, and you must resist them. Yes. Then why didn't you tell me? The reason why he didn't tell her was that Sakaki Hararaku had only returned to the literature club for 2 days. In addition, he had a high sense of guilt towards Julie Yulai, so he didn't dare to tell her immediately. Julie Yulai, don't be excited. I didn't hide it from you on purpose. I just officially returned to the literature department yesterday and was planning to tell you. Why do you want to go back? Nana Minjiao asked me to come back. Sakakibara paused for a moment, then quickly added, before I went back to my hometown, Nana Minjiao came back to me alone with a head full of snow. It was still early in the morning before 7 o'clock. I was still sleeping when I heard someone knocking on the door, so I went to open it, and then I saw Chi Minjiao looking like that. She kept looking at me. It took Amamai Kuruuri a long time to understand a sentence, and finally she understood it thoroughly, and then she fully understood Sakakibara Raku's psychology. "Brother, you are just soft-hearted." Chi Minjio contacted him without her knowledge. Braving the snowstorm and looking for him with that attitude. He definitely couldn't stand Chi Minjio's state at that time. As a step-brother, it was only right and natural for him to help stabilize Chi Minjio's mood. And my brother is already soft-hearted. The reason why I was able to obtain his forgiveness was simply because he felt sorry for me. How could I take the part that benefited me and then blame him? I understand completely. After Tianhai Yulai figured it out, his body and mind relaxed a lot, and his eyes became firmer. Joining the literature club is nothing more than a gift from a step-brother to his poor sister. You are the winner. I see. As long as you understand. Raku Sakakihara breathed a sigh of relief. He had avoided a deadly Shura field outbreak. Tianhai Yulai turned to look at Tianhai Kaimingyu again, and said to her quite generously, "I understand you Kaimingyu, and Lejun can naturally understand you, but what I want to say is that Lejun is just a sworn brother. I am taking care of you, please don't misunderstand me." "Sister, you are very confident." Tianhai Kaimingyu's expression did not change at all. "It is what it is." The firmness in Amamai Kuriyuri's gaze was so firm that Sakakibara wanted to slap himself. What a crime! Chi Minjio's face was expressionless, but she must be secretly happy in her heart now, extremely happy. Sakakihara Raku could only feel distressed, very distressed for Kuruyuri. She believed in herself so much, so firmly and deeply. What about Kaimingyu? Not to mention Chi Minjio, her depth of emotion is not weaker than Juliyulai's. Only now did Sakakihara understand it, and only then did he understand it deeply. What is a dilemma? This is. Either party's feelings for themselves are so deep that they can't let go. Treating one person well will inevitably hurt the other person. Because of this, Sakakihara wants to achieve the goals he set before. Let their sisterly relationship return to its original state and be willing to accept each other at the same time. Scumbag, you must be scumbag. But the scum must be reasonable, and while feeling sorry for them, don't have so much psychological burden. While you like it, try your best to take care of the feelings of the person involved. After Tianhai Kaimingyu met Shang Tianhai Juliyulai's firm gaze, her heart was filled with only contented joy. My sister is just a person who has been abandoned with half of her body. She really enjoyed the feeling of stealing something that was hers from her sister. No, it shouldn't be said to be stealing, it was an agreement someone owed me. She turned to the side, stroked her skirt, and sat down on the right-angled sofa in the game room's private room. Amamai Kuruyuri pretended not to have seen her at all, took Sakakihara Raku's hand and said, "Let's continue playing games." Okay. When Sakakibara Raku was being led to the game console by Amamai Kuruyuri, he took advantage of her not paying attention to return an apologetic look to Amamai Nanamai, who was looking at her. "I will make it up to you later. The game is not over yet." In the following period, Tianhai Juliyulai had no intention of giving up. Continue to play games with Sakakihara Raku. I don't know if she meant to stimulate Chi Minjio, but Juliyulai leaned closer to her than usual, and smiled quite happily beside her. There was a sense of provocation that he deliberately said to Chi Minjio, "You're just here to be a light bulb." Of course, Nanamai's stingy character would not sit still and wait for death, so she forcibly replaced Raku Sakakihara's position in the game on the grounds of "let me try the game. Get out of the way and take my place." Sakakihara Raku lost his position. Anyway, just don't let Kuruyuri and Sakakihara Raku come into contact. Chi Minjio hasn't played for a long time, right? I wonder if you're falling behind. Sister, you'll know if you try it. Then, the two of them started playing games. Sisters PK, that is quite interesting. Watch them compete with each other, each killing the enemy harder than the other in order to strive for higher scores. The two were neck and neck, and the pace was getting faster and faster. Sakaki Hararaku looked excited. It turns out that Chi Minjio is also so good at playing games. No, Chi Minjio and Julie Yulai would have played together before he came. The competition between the two of them became more and more fierce. After winning one level, they moved on to the next level. No one admits defeat. Sakaki Hara looked at it for a long time. After a while, he realized something was wrong. Why am I just watching from the sidelines? I, Raku Sakakibara, am the light bulb for you two sisters. After waiting for one level after another, Sakakibara looked at the time and said to the two people who were still comparing their scores by killing enemies with the controller. Okay, it's almost time. We've had enough games, right? It's time for us to buy gifts. Well, okay. Tianhai Julie Yulai immediately put down the controller and came to his side. Sister, Tianhai Kaiming, you then put down, you will not get happiness if you blindly obey. Sooner or later, men will get tired of your obedience. Really? It's a pity that Chi Minjio doesn't even know what happiness feels like. Amamai Kuruuri hugged Sakaki Hararaku's arm and smiled gracefully. I'm coming. The two sisters started to cheat on each other again. The smell of gunpowder really can't stop for a moment. If he hadn't crossed his fingers, wouldn't the two of them have gotten angrier and angry in the end, pulling their clothes and hair and fighting? Although this situation has a high probability of not happening to the two highly cultivated sisters. Okay, you all calm down, it's all my fault, okay. Yes, Tianhai Julie Yulai understood Sakaki Hara Le quite well, nodded, and came to his side. But Sakaki Hararaku's words were obviously of no use. Didn't you expect that my sister would only stand behind men and never know how to solve problems on her own? Tianhai Julie Yulai smiled pleasantly. Chi Minjio is the one, but she will always stand there and be jealous of others, relying on others to show mercy. How about sister? Chi Minjio, don't talk about the pity that Lejun gave you. Compared to you, I am still a little bit different. He said that he likes me. Sister is still so confident. This is a fact. Sakaki Hararaku just wanted to slap himself on the head. This was really sinful. Everyone, please stop arguing, okay? Let's be normal today. Can we go out normally? Do you still remember the main purpose of our going out today? Buy a birthday gift for a Ling. After Sakakibara tried to dissuade them, the two sisters fell silent. However, neither of them looked at each other. They glanced at each other, neither wanting to look at the other. You are obviously twins. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Buletin 11 Huan Tio Yu Lan. Chapter 211. Akihabara, downstairs of Sega Building 2 Game Center. The streets are bustling with pedestrians. There was a long queue on the opposite street, snow was falling in the sky, and many people folded their arms and stamped their feet in the cold weather. Now, Sakakibara faces another difficult choice. Stay with me or stay with my sister. After hearing this inquiry, Sakakibara didn't even dare to look at them. When I looked up, I felt that the small snowflakes falling in the sky seemed to be much bigger. He spit out a cloud of white mist, and finally chose to face reality, lowering his head to face the sisters again. Sakaki Hara tried hard to smile and said, "Can't we go together?" "No. Can't." The answer I got was also quite positive. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Two sisters must choose one. This is simply the trolley problem. Under normal circumstances, Sakaki Hararaku must choose Jurulai decisively. You must know that she is his girlfriend in name only. But it's different now. I also told Chi Minjio that I would try my best to take care of her, and I couldn't ignore her. Sakakibara Raku still remembers the evil he did to her when she was a child. He also made many promises to her and she kept them, but she never fulfilled them once. You guys go ahead. Raku Sakakihara thought for a long time, and finally realized that the tram problem didn't require a choice. Wouldn't it be better not to choose? What did you say? Tian Haikaimingyu's voice was cold. I mean, you go ahead, I'll find a coffee shop nearby to sit down. Lejun, aren't you going? Tian Haijuli Yulai asked. Tian Haikaimingyu looked even colder, her eyes always staring at him, planning to choose nothing as your third choice? Escape can't solve any problems. I wonder if you will choose when you face a choice in the future. Give up. There is something in the words of Tian Haikaimingu. Sakakibara heard it. She is hinting to herself that you have to give up even the alternative of going shopping with me. From now on, my sister and I have to choose one. Are you in a dilemma and have to give up everything? Only this, Sakakihara Raku will definitely not give up. Care, love, dependence, companionship. Although it didn't last too long, after walking together for nearly a year, Sakakihara felt that he had gained too much from them. It also satisfies my adolescent love fantasy. The feeling of being ignored in his previous life was too profound, and Sakakihara was willing to respond to everyone who loved him. It's impossible to give up. Well, there is no escaping. Okay, but what I want is for everyone to buy gifts together. Do we have to separate? Tian Haijuli Yulai. 7 bright moons in the sky. Sakakibara raised one hand as if surrendering, I understand. When neither of them responded to a word, this sentence was equivalent to asking in vain. Akihabara Radio Hall is a commercial building with various shops from the 1st to 10th floors underground. In the end, Chi Minjia won. The two sisters adopted the simplest solution between them. Rock paper scissors. Tian Haijuli Yulai, who had never defeated her sister in this aspect, could only accept the fact of defeat. Sister lost again. It doesn't matter, there will be another time. Next, I'm going on a date with your boyfriend, sister. The little devil ran out again, and Sakakihara glanced at Tenkai Nanamayu. I'm just buying gifts with you, sister, please don't think too much about it. Sister, aren't you afraid that I'll secretly kiss your boyfriend? The same trick will never work again. Is it? Regarding Tian Haikaimingyu's confidence, Tian Haijuli Yulai only thought that the sister was teasing her. She just wanted to make herself uncomfortable, and it was impossible for him to fulfill her wish. Tian Haijuli Yulai found a coffee shop on the 1st floor to rest. Raku Sakakibara followed Nanamai and began to choose birthday gifts for Suzu at the Radio Hall building. From 1F to 2F, the two of them walked into an animation peripheral store and walked in with the attitude of going to have a look. The surrounding stores are so crowded that there is only room for one person to walk between the shelves. Tian Haikaimingu stood under a big red billboard that said 65% off, surrounded by a variety of boxed figures. She didn't go shopping for long before she noticed that Sakakihara Raku was a little absent-minded. Are you thinking that my sister might have discovered what happened between you and me? That's not true, Raku Sakakihara shook his head, casually picked up a swimsuit figure of Sawamura Spencer Airy, and touched the legs of the figure with his fingers. Your sister knows that I am soft-hearted, and I will take care of your behavior. In her opinion, it's just that I pity you, not that I really like you. Sister, you are naive. Then what were you thinking just now? Sakakibara brought Irie in front of Nanamai, I was wondering when I could see you wearing this outfit. Tian Haikaimingu glanced at it, want to see me in a swimsuit? Don't you think you have a great figure? So what if he's very good? You are a man who has lust but no courage. You wouldn't have dared to have sex with you before. Tian Haikaimingu scorned. This is called respecting women. The two continued to walk around the store. Because Sakakihara Raku was following Amamai Nanamayuki, he couldn't help but look at her long legs wrapped in black silk under her pleated skirt. The soft curves of her exposed long legs extending to her ankles were slightly sensational under her light steps. When Tian Haikaiminyu stopped, the long legs that were held together were so straight that it was fascinating. Of course, Raku Sakakihara was watching politely. Obviously he was restrained, but for some reason, Tian Haikaiminyu still caught his gaze. She showed her delicate profile and a piercing look came over her. In order to avoid embarrassment, Sakakihara deliberately asked, "Why has Nanamijiyo started wearing stockings recently? Shouldn't you wear it in winter?" "Yes, that makes sense, but I found that since you looked at my mobile photo album at the airport, you started wearing it every day. Ahem, isn't it because dash? Stop being so self-indulgent." Before Raku Sakakibara could finish his words, he was interrupted by Nanami's voice. She put down the figure she was looking at and crossed her arms without any expression. "Is not it? No. Wait, something's not right." Sakakibara tried his best to observe Nanami's face. Tian Haikaiminyu immediately said, "Although your gaze is a bit lewd, if you take the initiative to kiss me in front of my sister, I can consider letting you touch her. Compared to a life and death crisis, I can still distinguish the importance of touching it. Let me ask you, do your legs look good? Would you rather listen to the truth or the lies? Do not talk nonsense. Nice. Want to touch? Think." Tian Haikaiminyu turned her head and continued walking in front without even looking at him. Raku Sakakihara continued to follow her skirt. Alas, now Chi Minjiu doesn't want to let her kiss her, and she doesn't want her to touch her hands. Sakakibara's head was in a mess. He didn't know why, but he looked at her naturally. Tian Haikaiminyu captured his thoughts immediately. "Do you want a reward? Don't speak so strangely. Shout to Chi Minjiu's mother, I'll give you a reward. Why do you keep thinking about me calling you mom? Let me ask first what the reward is. That reward you have in mind right now. Didn't you say you had some kind of reward before? Can you redeem that first? Then you caught Grandpa's eye. Maybe the old man has taken a liking to me now. You see, I run every day and I feel a lot more confident. Running? What's the use? This is called seeing the big from the small. You have to know that if you don't take small steps, you can't reach 1,000 miles. I only have one opportunity to shine. Now, I am confident that I can do anything well." Tian Haikaiminyu took a serious look at him, as if he really felt that way. "So, do you want to call me Chi Minjiu's mother? I'll touch you after you call me." "What the hell, I won't call you that anyway. Why do you keep bringing this up?" "Huh, I just want to see how long you can hold on. It's impossible anyway." Of course there was nothing on the figure shelf that could be used as a birthday gift, so the two quickly walked out. When they came to the doll area, Tian Hai Chi Minjiu reached out and grabbed a black rabbit doll. On top of the rabbit doll, there is also a figure of a girl with cream-colored straight hair. The girl held the same black rabbit doll in her arms. "How about this as a gift?" Tian Haikaiminyu picked up the rabbit ears. "Rabbit, Aling will definitely like it, but wouldn't it be a bit common to give him a rabbit doll?" "This is not ordinary." Tian Haikaiminyu shook the black rabbit doll in her hand and said to him seriously, "If you give this to my sister Chan, she will be happy. Maybe she will be happy for several days." Sakakihara put a question mark directly on his head. "Why? You are so sure, you can bring it as a gift yourself." "I have already prepared a Ling's gift. It's not appropriate for me to give it away." Tian Haikaiminyu shook her head. "Why is it inappropriate?" "Raku Sakakihara, I gave her a lot of rabbit stuffed animals before, and the gray one she always likes to hug when she sleeps is from me. This has a different meaning. Take it, and it doesn't matter if you give her an extra gift for her birthday, she will like it. Haven't you noticed that she hasn't been very happy recently? One more gift means more thoughtfulness." Sakakibara didn't see any clues. That's okay. But I feel that it has become a routine to give rabbit-related things every year for birthdays, which is a bit cliché. It won't happen this time, don't worry. Speaking of which, before I knew it, Aling was almost 16 years old. Sakakibara still misses the follower who cried for his brother to coax him since childhood. After walking out of the peripheral store with the only rabbit doll he bought, Sakakibara was taken to the bookstore by Amami Nanamajetsu. You want to send a book? To be precise, it's a reference book. Sister Chan has fallen behind a lot in her homework recently. I'm afraid she won't be in the same class as us next year. Amami Nanami stood on tiptoe with her little leather shoes and wanted to reach out to touch the guidance book on the top layer, but she was still almost there. In the end, Sakakibara Raku reached out and helped her take it down. Here, take it. Tian Haikaiminyu looked at him. Sakakihara smiled and said, don't look at me, I'm taller than you. Tian Haikaiminyu then took a serious look at him. He was physically strong within an appropriate range, and he seemed to have grown taller recently. She gave such an evaluation in her mind. His face was barely handsome, which met her standards. His body is perfect, perhaps because he has been running for a long time, and he has a little bit of self-confidence that cannot be hidden. In her eyes, this appearance did have some masculine charm. You seem to have recovered some of your strength and are not as weak as before. Why did you say something incomprehensible again? Sakakibara handed her the reference book. Tian Haikaiminyu opened the book and said, I remembered the time you used to lust after me. She raised her eyes again, is it still happening now? No, Sakakibara was confident and frank, because it really wasn't. There is no shame in saying this. As far as I know, 99.9% of men will have fantasies about girls during adolescence and learn to comfort themselves. Have you ever? I am the 0.01%, Sakakihara retorted directly. Tian Haikaiminyu shook her head. Those 0.01% are people whose male function has not been fully developed. Sakakihara Raku was speechless for a moment, and was about to speak. Do you want to take me into the house and show me to prove your innocence? Tian Haikaiminyu said condescendingly, with contempt and a hint of obvious ridicule. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in boys who have not yet fully developed. You. What a stinky brat, stinky girl. However, Sakakihara Raku is not in a hurry at all. There will be plenty of time to make little Kyo obedient. Now be arrogant. Sooner or later you will suffer. Chi Minjio continued to select textbooks in the bookstore. She knew what she wanted to buy, and she knew exactly where she went every time. Sakakibara couldn't give her any advice, he just followed her. Xiaokio is a bit arrogant, but talking to her is actually very interesting. She can answer anything, and her erudition makes people admire her. What are you going to do after Chi Minjio? Why are you asking this suddenly? Curious. Then let me ask you first, is there anything you particularly like? Work hard and work hard for it? No, if I have to say it, I just want to continue to live happily. I really want the kind of person who will approach me in the right way when he is not very happy. I study hard and work hard to get into the best school in Tokyo. High school is also to make life like this more stable in the future. Just be a happy ordinary person. It's very ordinary, and it sounds a little warm. Where are you, Chi Minjio? Open a library in a secluded place and you can find it with a sign. Library? Sakakibara didn't know why, but her words sounded like a different kind of emotion. It seems like it really suits her. Tian Haikaiminyu continued to flip through the reference book she was looking for. What do the road signs mean? Tian Haikaiminyu replied while flipping through the book, anyone who wants to find me can come to me. It sounded like she had been waiting for something in that quiet place. Sakakihara suddenly remembered what Juliuli said to her. She said that Chi Minjia had actually gone back to her hometown to find him several times. Chi Minjia, have you ever gone back to find me before? I wrote a few letters, but if I didn't get a reply, forget it. I don't want to talk about this. Let's change the subject. Tian Hai Kaiming, you obviously didn't want to talk about the past. Okay, what kind of gift do you think Julie Yulai will give her? Sister will give you more practical things. In winter, she will definitely give you clothes as a gift. What is Chi Minjia's attitude towards her? Do you think you can still be good sisters? Ever since you started to be humble to each other, I feel that the distance between you is getting farther and farther. Tian Hai Kaimingyu closed the book and said, is this what you wanted to ask from the beginning? Do you want me and my sister to get back together? Sakaki Hararaku didn't expect to be seen through at a glance, and said frankly, yes. Impossible, reconciling with my sister means that we must also compromise on you. But what I want to say is, why? Why should you make me compromise? She clearly knew that I liked you, and later she decisively fought for my love. Well, what about the relationship you sisters have had for more than 10 years? It can't be fake, right? As long as my sister gives up on her own initiative, I will still consider her a good sister, Tian Hai Chi Minjiao said. As for the idea of a scumbag like you, that's just your idea. I have never agreed with it. Sakakibara was happy to admit that the idea of being in two different situations at the same time was just nonsense. Tian Hai Kaimingyu hugged the selected book and said, okay, everything has been bought. I will help my sister sort out her study notes later. Then you can accompany my sister. I walked around the building with Tian Hai Kaimingyu. Naturally, the next step is Tian Hai Julie Yulai. During this period, it was inevitable that we would pass by some places we had passed before, and some shop assistants were curious, why did you two go back to buy something again? The exchanges between Raku Sakakibara and Kuro Amamai are very similar to those of Kuro Amamai. The question was also asked, what should I do in the future? It's a pity that Julie Yulai still doesn't have her target, so this issue remains unresolved. Sakakibara found an opportunity later and asked, Julie Yulai, what's your attitude towards Chi Minjiao? Do you think you can still be good sisters? Okay, Tian Hai Julie Yulai picked out winter clothes for a Ling. How to do it? As long as she lets go of her feelings for you, Lejun. It seems the result is the same. Can't we try our best to coexist peacefully? Tian Hai Julie Yulai stopped. I want to do this too, but Lejun knows, Chi Minjiao just wants to snatch you away from me. Last time she forced you to kiss her while talking to me on the phone, that's the reason for provocation. It seemed like the kiss made a sound that time, and Julie Yulai on the other end of the phone definitely heard it. Lejun, do you think I can accept such a sister? She often forcibly kisses her boyfriend in front of her sister, and provokes her sister unabashedly. No matter how generous I am, I can't do this. Sakakibara Raku has nothing to say. Is it only in that case that there is room for reversal? Yes. If it were before our second relationship, I would have considered it again, but now, Tian Hai Julie Yulai answered with a gentle voice and a confident and generous smile, but Lejun doesn't have to worry too much. I'll let her give up on her own initiative later. If possible, I would also like to ask Lejun to maintain his current status, and it is okay not to withdraw from the literature department. Why is that? After all, Chi Minjiao is also my sister. I don't want to see her get too sad. I'm also afraid that she has nothing and will do some extreme things, such as pretending to be me. If Chi Minjiao is serious, it will actually be difficult for my father. Identify us. Sakakibara smiled and said, that's okay. Nanemingyu will never pretend to be you in this kind of thing. She has her own self-esteem. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tiu Lan. Chapter 212. Sakaki Harasuzu basically goes to the office early these days. In addition, because she took leave to return to her hometown a few days ago, she has a lot of work to catch up on these days, and she can only struggle to maintain her studies. Every night when Raku Sakakihara took her to review his notes, she would often fall asleep on her homework book just looking at it. Then he couldn't wake up. Every morning when Sakakibara went to pull her quilt, she still looked like she hadn't woken up and didn't want to get up at all. If you keep sleeping in, you won't be able to go to school today. If you don't want to go, then I won't go. Anyway, I have to go to the office for 2 classes, so I might as well not go today. You woke up and went directly to the office. Even if you have the blessing of an art score, you still have to learn the basic course as well. I know. Brother, you are so annoying. Please let me sleep a little longer. Okay, I'll put your breakfast in the microwave for you. You can eat it with mom later. Okay. I don't know how long I slept for, but it was probably 2 hours after sisters Sakakibara Raku and Amamai left for school. Sakaki Harasuzu started to get up. Stretching and rubbing her groggy eyes, Sakaki Harasuzu yawned while washing, putting on makeup and having breakfast that her brother had still warmed up. The still somewhat empty tram rolled for a while. Suzu Sakakihara arrived at the office as she patted the uncontrollable yawn on her lips. Today she is attending a release event for the new volume of the novel This Love Tastes Like Peppermint. As a voice actress, she needs to speak on stage and perform op singing. The most fundamental purpose of this activity is to help novels sell better. Good morning. Good morning. As soon as Sakaki Harasuzu entered the lounge of the office, she found Yoshihara Senpai who had been staying here earlier. She crossed her legs and scrolled through her phone leisurely. There is a cup of steaming coffee on the tea table next to him. The two were very familiar with each other. After saying good morning, the two began to chat about today's activities. Why do we, the voice actors, have to attend the novel's release event? Because the agency now has a cooperative relationship with the production of Love Mint, will we also benefit from the popularity of the novel? Didn't you know about it before, Suzu-chan? Were you confused? Well, it seems, a little bit. Sakaki Harasuzu reacted immediately, trying hard to cheer up, with her usual friendly smile on her face. By the way, senior, didn't you say you had something to tell me yesterday? Oh. You still remember this? Yoshihara now looked away from the phone screen and gave her a tiger-toothed smile. What is it? Of course it is. Now Yoshihara deliberately let it slip, her index finger wandered in front of her face, and finally pronounced the word cos. Cos. Sakaki Harasuzu immediately felt a sense of crisis. Huh? Who do you want to cosplay? Suzu-chan, aren't you asking some useless questions? Of course it's Hidekaho who is cosplayed by Suzu-chan. The animation you dubbed has become very popular recently. The production team didn't expect the market response to be so good. It stands to reason. It's just a pure love story? Maybe because the characters are cute? Haha, I don't know. Sakaki Harasuzu continued to ask, if it's a cosplay, is it the school uniform that you usually wear with the male protagonist? No, no, now Yoshihara said while looking at her phone and waving her index finger. The latest volume of the novel is set in summer. I heard what the original author said. Summer? That's, swimsuit. Swimsuit, Ms. Yoshihara chuckled, how could you be asked to wear such clothes in winter? If you stand on the stage and sing like that, our firm will definitely be called a third-rate firm, and your fans will definitely not will agree. Senior, why did you deliberately say it was Xiao Tian? Well, haha, I'm sorry. I just said it casually while looking at my phone. I didn't think too much about it. Sakakihara Suzu felt relieved and continued to ask, what kind of clothes will it be? Alice, do you know? Alice in Wonderland. Yes, it's that Alice, an improved blue and white dress, a princess tutu skirt. But Alice's outfit looks more like a maid. I've seen that outfit, it's super cute. I asked the office before, that's why you want data. Do you want to wear that kind of clothes? Sakakihara Suzu was resisting in her heart, and even her expression became a little embarrassed. You must know that she has never been used to wearing cute clothes like this since she was a child. She usually wears jackets, sweatshirts, shorts, sneakers, and rarely dresses. Suzuki-chan, get ready. You are the protagonist today. Your agent will probably talk to you when he comes over. Is it difficult? Think about it, Suzu, you are so cute, you cosplay as an animated heroine, and then you put on Alice's clothes that are full of different meanings. If you give the fans a warning in advance, will everyone think that Hidekaho did you come out of the book? I can even imagine the scene where you were exclaimed when you appeared on the stage. Now Yoshihara became more and more excited as she talked. As long as Aling wears that outfit and goes out, the video will be posted on the internet. Tell me, is everyone already looking forward to the novel? Under what circumstances will the heroine wear such cute clothes? Senior, you're not here to convince me, are you? Of course not. It's just that I want to see you wear it, well, that's all. Boom boom. Knocking. The person who opened the door to the lounge was Sakakihara Suzu's manager, Shinmura Shi. Miss Yoshihara. Yeah, you go about your business. After the daily greetings, just as Yoshihara-senpai said, before Sakakihara Suzu could finish a cup of hot tea in the rest area of the office, her manager Shinomura called her over alone. The content, as Yoshihara-senpai said, required her to put on Alice's costume and go on stage. He also took the photo and showed it to her. The clothes are very beautiful, simple and simple. Of course there's nothing wrong with wearing this outfit, but for Suzu Sakakibara, it's too fairy tale-like, like something a little girl would wear. But as a voice actor in an agency and a very famous voice actor in the industry recently, Suzu Sakakihara knew in her heart that even if she didn't want to wear it, she had an obligation to agree to this request. Ken. Well, that's good. Once Sakaichi-san arrives, we can set off in the car. In the workplace, Sakakibara Suzu is not a senior figure in the industry, so she knows that she cannot act recklessly. But I don't know why, every time Sakakihara Suzu is asked to do this or that, she always thinks of a certain guy in her mind. Why do you miss him? Does it help your work? Sakakihara Suzu would ask herself this again soon. But he doesn't seem to have said much to himself recently. Since he returned home, he has talked to himself less and less. Every day either a little fox or a big fox accompanies him. Every time Sakakihara Suzu followed a few people, she felt as if it didn't matter whether she existed or not. Also, I went back to my hometown in Shikoku Island before. I thought I could spend some time alone, chatting, and playing games. The results of it? The little fox came over suddenly, and someone went to do something with her again. I would never believe it if we said we were going to the city to visit my grandma together. It's like he's hiding from himself, and he even said he was going to visit his grandma. Only a ghost would believe it. Sakakihara Suzu suddenly felt a little unhappy, perhaps a little more serious than unhappy. It should be described as lost. He doesn't seem to need his company much anymore. In the office's special car, Kishano Sakai, who was sitting next to her, noticed that her friend was not in the right mood. Suzuki-chan, you don't look happy lately. There are some. What's wrong? Isn't today's event your home court? You were looking forward to it before, so you should be happy. I was looking forward to it before, but now, just now. What is it? Sakai Chitano didn't hear clearly and leaned closer to his ear. I don't understand the point of continuing. Although Sakakibara Suzu's voice became quieter and quieter, Sakai Chitano still listened to these words, which surprised her. He was so surprised that he covered his mouth. Wait a minute, Suzu-chan, aren't you determined to be a big voice actor? The biggest one. Don't get me wrong. I didn't say I wanted to give up. This is my goal, but I always think I'm missing something. Money? Money for school. No, I'm not short of money now. Even the salary is almost irrelevant to me. I told you before about my mother's remarriage. My uncle is quite rich and treats me very well. Although the exchange it's relatively small, but the pocket money given every day is not a lot at all. My money is getting more and more. Shouldn't this be fun? The money is getting more and more, Sakaichi Diano asked. It's true, it's true. You can buy any delicious food. You can buy anything you couldn't buy before. But, I'm just not happy. It's wired. Tiano listened very carefully, but she still didn't understand what Sakakibara Suzu wanted to say. Maybe it's because of Sakakibara-kun? Recently, everyone in the school said that the very beautiful Minister Amamai in the school was suspected of dating Sakakibara-kun. Suzu-chan, as a ham, would probably be very unhappy when she heard the rumors. What do you think of Sakakibara-kun as your older brother, Suzu-chan? Why did Tiano suddenly ask this? Well, just ask. Hate him. It's all his fault for turning me into what I am now, Suzu Sakakibara muttered without emotion. You know, sweet no, in fact, I don't know how to cook at home, and I don't know how to do the laundry myself. He is the kind of person who lies in bed all day long, listening to music and playing with his mobile phone. I hate his character, and I also hate myself for having to rely on him for everything. Huh, Sakaichi Diano was even more surprised. Suzu-chan was universally recognized by the outside world as a hard-working and serious girl. Both colleagues and fans think so. But I don't hate him at all. He cooks for me every day and helps me wash clothes every day. Whatever I want to eat, I just need to tell him and there will be what I want to eat on the table at night. Sakakibara Suzu began to talk to herself. It sounds like I feel sorry for him. Well, yes, even though I feel sorry for him, I have no right to hate him. I also know that I am willful, as his sister's willfulness. Suzuki-chan. Sakakibara Suzu didn't hear it at all. She lowered her head and continued talking to herself. I also want to be nice to him, and I'm very grateful that he makes me such delicious food every day. He came to pick me up when it rained, and in order to keep me out of the rain, he exposed his shoulders. When I was a kid, he knew I wanted to eat, so he deliberately left his portion for me to eat, and lied to me that he bought the food with money he picked up outside. Every time I was bullied, he comforted me first and then took me to deal with those guys. I used to make toys for me, tell me stories, take care of me during thunderstorms, and coax me to sleep quickly. Suzuki-chan. Of course I want to respond. But you know what? I don't know what I should do. How should I answer? Before. It was okay before. There were only 2 people at home in the afternoon. If he came home every day, I could do it. Chatting with him can relieve his boredom. But it's different now. He has someone to accompany him now, and he doesn't even need me for the most basic meaning of existence. When he moved away, I was really happy. It seemed like I was back to the past. He needed me again. I could also respond to his kindness to me. But now that he is back home, everything has returned to its original state. Suzuki-chan. Sakai Kateno pulled Sakakibara Suzu's hand hard to bring her back to reality from the deep self-recollection. Sakakihara Suzu sat in the back seat of the car, turned her head, and looked at her friend's concerned expression with her purple eyes. After a long time, she lowered her head again and whispered. "Sorry, I got a little out of control." Kishano Sakai actually listened carefully to the long string of words just now, but she really didn't know what to say. Suzuki-chan used to be a single-parent family, right? Mom is very busy. It's very busy. I used to have to wear 3 jobs a day. So, Sakakibara-kun is the one who has been taking care of Suzu-chan in life. Yes. No wonder. Kateno Sakai sighed in her heart. In this case, it would be impossible to persuade Suzu-chan to be independent. As a girl of the same age, she had of course imagined how great it would be if she had a brother to take care of and protect her. Not only does Suzu-chan have it, she and Sakakibara-kun have been relying on each other since childhood. For Suzu-chan, besides being an older brother, Sakakibara-kun has always played the role of father, right? Yes, Sakakihara Suzu nodded. That's why Suzu-chan cares about her brother. I can completely understand that it's really enviable for a brother and sister to have such a good relationship. I'm an only child. My parents are both company managers. I'm very busy every day. I go home every day. I am alone at home. Every time I am alone, when I am very bored, I will think about how great it would be if I had a brother who could chat with me, watch TV together, study together, and go to school together. If we are in the same class, he was still sitting at my desk, and I poked his back with a pen from behind. Not only would he not be angry, he would also turn around and smile at me. Sakakihara Suzu was inexplicably moved when she heard these scenes. Amano-chan, have you ever thought about this? Yes, Sakai Kateno quickly took over. It's great to have an older brother. He will care about you and take care of you. If you have any problems in study, he will help you with your homework. If you are bullied by other boys, I will fight back for you. There is no reason, just call me brother, it will achieve this effect. Under Sakai Chitano's longing words, Sakakihara Suzu thought about it seriously and carefully. It seems, so. So, Suzu-chan has a brother who can take care of others, which is something that many people would envy. There is no need to feel disappointed. It seems so. When Sakakibara Suzu heard this, she realized that what Amono-chan said was right. How enviable it is to have a brother who can take care of others and a second brother who can smile at you. Tianono-chan wants a brother but she doesn't have one yet. As for someone, barely, can be considered the kind of brother Tiano mentioned above. That guy can cook and teach homework. Recently, I have been reviewing with myself in the evenings the courses I had missed because of my leave. Not to mention that guy. That guy was quite serious in his lectures. His voice was definitely not as nice as mine, but the way he patiently explained the topic to himself made my heart warm after listening to it for a while. Sakakihara Suzu felt quite satisfied when she thought about this. Of course, there are still some small disappointments. Isn't it Suzu-chan's birthday soon? Sakakibara-kun must have prepared a gift for you. Do you want to ask him how he prepared it first? Tiano's suggestion was exactly what Sakakihara Suzu wanted. She took out her phone, found someone's contact information in line, and sent the question. 1 minute, 2 minutes. After waiting restlessly for 3 minutes, Sakakihara Suzu finally arrived. Birthday present, haven't you asked me many times? Don't worry, I've already prepared it for you. The reply was followed by an emoticon, which was the arrogant expression that Suzu Sakakihara often used. Seeing that this message was obviously just a message, Sakakihara Suzu felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. It's so warm that I want to hold the phone in my hand. Of course, Sakakihara Suzu still restrained herself in front of her friends. That's good, she replied. New message pop-up bubble sound. Stinky brother, By the way, yesterday I actually bought you an extra gift. Do you want to take a look at that gift first? Birthday present now? Although there are still 2 days left. It's not impossible to send it in advance. Okay, I want to see it. Stinky brother, let me tell you first, don't think it's cliché after all, I've done this to you so many times that I'm even embarrassed. Stinky brother, picture. When Suzu Sakakihara clicked on the picture, the first thing she saw was familiarity. Black doll bunny. It feels so familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere. Where did you buy it? An animation peripheral store. I went in to browse when I was bored. Sakakihara Suzu put down her phone and frowned in deep thought. Animation peripheral black rabbit dolls. Black rabbit rabbit. Etc. Wouldn't that be? Sakakihara Suzu blushed, a very special red. On the other side of the phone, Raku Sakakibara was walking on the corridor, holding the phone and frowning. Aling, asshole, 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 you, why did you give this to me? Ah. There's something wrong with this tone. No, didn't Xiaoqiu say that Aling would be happy? About the fact that I unintentionally raised my sister to be a cripple. Author, Wo Bulletin 11 Huan Tiu Lan. Chapter 213. Congratulations, Mr. Iwai, your light novel has been adapted into an anime. Before I saw this news, I was still thinking hard at 1 o'clock in the morning about how to pass the light novel project book for this quarter. When I learned that the above message popped up on my phone, and the username was still my editor-in-chief, Editor Kawataki. I was so shocked that the pen in my hand broke through the 5 layers of paper. Light novels, collections, adaptations, animations. These words have been lingering in front of my eyes, looking straight at them, clearly and as if they were a lifetime ago. This reminds me of what my editor said to me when I joined the industry. In this industry, giving up is the most common thing. I didn't quite understand it at the time. Don't we all enter this industry with passion and the vision that the characters in our minds will shine in reality? However, after 6 years of continuous writing, I gradually understood the actual meaning of the words responsible editor. In the past 6 years, the debut work, the previous work, the previous work, the previous work, and the previous work have all been forgotten by the world. I completely understand that passion cannot be eaten as food. That kind of suffering, loneliness, and depression suddenly made me realize that I was nearly 30 years old and was about to officially enter middle age. In middle school, high school, and university, every time I attended gatherings and listened to these former classmates talk about various topics such as marriage, going abroad, children, promotion, starting a company, etc., I felt a sense of powerlessness and haggard. There is not only guilt for my parents who are far away in my hometown, but also confusion about my own future in life, and also apologies for each of the characters in my writing. You are almost 30 years old. What have you been doing all these years? Yes, I can only earn enough to support myself by persisting in writing to this day. A single volume of a light novel is priced between 600 and 800 yen. Taking into account the number of copies published, the royalties you can get are 10%. There are some 8% authors who have not improved all year round, and I happen to be one of them. Light novel authors do not receive royalties, and all their income comes from royalties from publishing and distribution. According to the average annual income of young people in Japan, which is about 4.4 million yen, if a light novel author wants to reach this figure, he must sell more than 70,000 light novels a year. Including taxes, the figure is more than 10,000 copies. For a young writer like me who is somewhere between a rookie and a hardcore writer, the initial publication volume given by the publishing house is about 12,000 copies. The second volume will be reduced to 70–80% of the first volume. The subsequent volumes will all be estimated in units of thousands. It is estimated that if it is completed in only 3 or 4 episodes, This number will continue to drop. Judging by the above standards, it is extremely difficult for a light novel to achieve sales of 70,000 copies in a year. And even if it achieves sales of 70,000 copies, it is still barely enough to meet the average annual salary. The work should not be too long, just calculate it as 4 episodes a year, that is, 1 episode every 3 months. Every time an episode is released, a planning book must be written. The planning book must pass the review of the editorial department, and an illustrator must be hired to draw the illustrations. While waiting for the editor's reply, it is difficult to modify the previous text, so I can only wait. No matter how much you underestimate the budget time, it will exceed the scope of 3 months. If the time comes and I get kicked back again, all my previous manuscript writing will be in vain. In other words, all the energy and time invested over the past few months have been wasted. In addition, the book market is shrinking, and there are more and more light novel writers. Every quarter, we need to compete with hundreds of light novel writers. Which one is not thinking hard about his own work? Discuss and communicate with the editor? I think most light novel authors are like this. Either he gritted his teeth and persevered as a part-time writer, or he gnawed on his parents' capital while imagining that one day he would become famous. Even though I know I only get a few hundred views each time, I still diligently write promotional articles for my new book on Twitter. I live a life where I pray that my work will not be buried among the hundreds of light novels published every month, only to see that my book has been removed from the bookstores the next month. Too much. Too many emotions. For people like us, it is a dream for our work to be adapted into animation, an unattainable dream, and it is also the hope that makes me persevere for a long time. I want to see my favorite characters loved by everyone, and I want to see the characters I wrote supported by everyone. I want to see the love shown in the interactions between the characters be understood by everyone. If this can really be achieved, I will be very happy. Therefore, every time I make an animation, I will give suggestions very seriously. I would like to thank the readers, the editor, the company, and everyone on the production committee. To be honest, every scene feels like a dream. At the dinner, editor Kawataki raised a glass of congratulations, patted me on the shoulder and said, "Well, teacher, congratulations, but it's still just a proposal, and the animation has not been officially finalized. In other words, there is a possibility that it will not be produced." Ah, this is what it is. But, the people at the animation production side have told us that the funder has a suggestion that we need to agree to. What do you think, teacher? What's the problem with this? The voice of the heroine must be a new voice actor designated by the management. Is it going to be okay? Besides, I shouldn't be able to speak if I'm casting a voice actor. Hey, you can't say that. Teacher, your support is also very important. What you write is a love theme. According to the market, you should have heard that the production of this type of animation is only 10 million per episode at most, and one season. It's only about 100 million, but do you know how much money the employer gave? How many? Editor Kawataki smiled and held out 5 fingers. 500000000. Ha ha ha, cough, cough, cough. Editor Kawataki laughed so hard that he hit me on the shoulder and almost choked on his drink. It took him a while to regain his composure, and said with a glum smile, "It's 500 million. 100 million. I opened my mouth in surprise. As far as I know, the production cost of an episode of Binguo is only over 11 million. And if you adapt this novel, there will only be 13 episodes at most in one season, right? The cost is shared evenly, which is close to 40 million yuan per episode. What is this concept? It's equivalent to the level of funding of Kyoto Animation's Violet Evergarden. Of course, because the construction period required by the employer is very short, the work must be spread out more, and it is impossible to achieve the level of Purple. but even so, the quality level is definitely excellent. Teacher, congratulations. In short, my life during that period was like a roller coaster ride. That period has been more than half a year so far. Recently, the animation has also begun to be officially broadcast. Just like the unexpected hit during the promotion, my animation also became popular on the internet because of its high quality and the support of a senior animation production company and popular directors and script writers. Of course, sales of the original work also skyrocketed. Once the animation was aired, the novel sold 23,421 copies that week. I used to be able to reply to readers' comments sentence by sentence, but now I can't reply at all. Every day when I open Twitter, there are countless comments and likes. Countless questions came to me, and bloggers with many fans began to recommend my books. Even my mother and father, who usually don't ask much about my affairs, heard the news from somewhere and called to tell me the good news. Currently, the time has come for the official release date of Volume 6. In order to adapt to the popularity, the library and the production committee decided to jointly hold a release event. Invite yourself to the stage to talk about your creative thoughts, and invite voice actors to perform on stage. When I posted this promotional message on Twitter, it's no longer the kind of hundreds of traffic and a few likes. Instead, there are thousands of likes, countless supportive rumors such as "I will definitely go there, to support Hidaka-chan," etc. There are also character illustrations carefully crafted by animators and illustrators. These are all for sure. I see these. I couldn't help but burst into tears. The emotions I had suppressed for 6 years seemed to be confirmed at this moment. As I recall the scenes to this day, all I can think of is gratitude. There is also a dream-like and unreal feeling. Teacher, teacher. Iwaishu broke away from his memories, and standing in front of him shaking his shoulders was his editor-in-chief Kawataki Gaichi. "Ah, yes, yes." Editor Kawataki smiled and said, "I heard the AP, assistant producer, call just now, saying that the voice actors will be arriving in a minute. Do you want to go together to greet them? Can I go?" Teacher, you are the original author and one of the protagonists of this event. What's wrong? Editor Kawataki said this. It was idle to sit here anyway, so he and AP Maeda Mitsuo arrived at the back of the venue. Of course, the voice actors of a work will not be from the same agency. But the person who is coming out to greet us now is naturally Miss Sakakibara, who is the protagonist of today's event. Iwaishu knows some inside information and knows that Miss Sakakibara, who is the voice actress of the heroine, has an inextricable relationship with the management. Most people are like him and know it well. To be honest, during the audition, Iwai was originally worried that the new voice actor was not strong enough and that the management was deliberately promoting him. What should I do? But the fact still made him feel relieved. Although Ms. Sakakibara is a newcomer, she is very serious about her work. She spends a long time thinking about the lines and scripts for each episode, making notes and precautions. As far as Iwaishu knows, she has read the original work at least 5 times. Every time I work, I communicate with myself for a while and discuss the characters and plots. Although I am not very good at talking to girls. No wonder my readers leave comments on my Twitter. It's good to have Saka-san as the heroine, don't worry. He looks cute and has a serious work attitude. Thanks to her, the character of Hidakaho performed very well in the anime. Sunny, handsome, confident, and occasionally showing loss and tenderness. Maybe she doesn't need money to promote her, and she will become famous sooner or later, right? Iwaishu thought so. WOD office's special car arrived soon. After the people in the car got off one by one, Mitsuo Maeda, the assistant, greeted him energetically and loudly. Good morning. Miss Sakakihara, Miss Sakai-san, and Mr. Nemura. Good morning, Sakai Kishin replied first. Good morning, Please give me your advice today. I saw Sakakihara Suzu, who looked particularly exquisite in her clothes today, folded her hands in front of her, and bowed slightly like a princess to give a beautiful greeting. Agent Nemurashi is right next to her, like the princess's personal bodyguard. To be honest, this agent has a very agent-like attitude, with a capable style and a neat suit. He seems to be able to handle everything to the best of his ability. Not to mention the agent. Ms. Sakakibara herself has seen him many times. This newcomer does not look like a newcomer at all. The way he handles things and greets people is very polite. He was very down to earth in front of his seniors and took the initiative to greet all kinds of people warmly. Iwaishu followed Maeda Mitsuo and said hello. Miss Sakakibara seems to be a high school student, right? However, Iwaishu always felt like a high school student who had never seen the world and didn't even know how to talk to people outside. After a brief chat, Maeda Mitsuo invited them into the elevator and followed them. Iwaishu was the third one to enter. He had to stand still in front of the control panel and look straight at the jumping and flashing floor numbers above. The narrow space of the elevator was extremely awkward, and the gravity and silence that didn't even allow for a cough made my shoulders feel heavy. As an author, do you want to say anything to the voice actors? But for a high school student, he is already considered an uncle, right? Wouldn't it be rude to speak up? Although there is a common medium of novels, I really don't know what to say to them. Yes, I don't know how to talk to girls at all. Are there any other items for sale today? Miss Sakakihara suddenly asked from behind. This made Iwaishu panic for a moment, and he thought that Miss Sakakibara was initiating a song to him. As the AP, Mitsuo Maeda quickly replied with a smile, yes, in addition to the teacher's works for sale, there are also other peripheral items for sale on site, such as light sticks, towels, key pendants, t-shirts and other items. It's really enviable. Should I say he is worthy of being an assistant? Being able to talk to people so freely. If Iwai was talking to a voice actor, he was afraid that because he didn't know what to say, and because he was avoiding his eyes or something, he would be mistaken for a perverted middle-aged uncle with evil thoughts. How embarrassing that is. Maeda Mitsuo continued to chat with Miss Sakakibara behind him, and the topic revolved around today's arrangements, although the communication between them always mentioned teacher, that is, himself. But Iwaishu always felt like he couldn't get a word in and was an outsider. I wonder if you would like me to take a look at the new library first. When Iwaishu stared at the flashing floor numbers, it took him a long time to realize it. Miss Sakakibara was really speaking to herself this time. Of course, of course. While Iwai was annoyed in his heart as to why it took him so long to realize the response, he continued to answer in a voice that was not very experienced in talking to others, if Miss Sakakibara wants to see it, I will go to the warehouse later, bring a copy over here. Authors probably ask for autographs when signing books, this idea suddenly popped into my head. I originally wanted to ask if a signature was required. But when I think about myself, a big-ass author, what else is there to talk about signing? There is no such qualification at all. Iwaishu couldn't continue. Well, there's no need to bother the teacher at all. If Miss Sakakibara needs it, I'll just go and get it, Maeda Mitsuo immediately said with a smile on the other side. While talking, several people arrived at the station and walked out of the elevator. This Sakakihara Suzu said with a smile in front of a few people, and specially nodded to Iwaishu, who was a few steps ahead, with a slight polite apology, my main purpose is actually to get the teacher's autograph. Signature? Haha, that's it, Maeda Mitsuo nodded, and then said to Iwaishu, how about I go help the teacher and you can get the book first? Ken. I don't know what to answer, so I can only use affirmative sentences to prevaricate. Iwaishu never expected that Miss Sakakibara would actually want his autograph. After 6 years of writing, he almost didn't know what value his pen name had anymore. After entering the lounge, it didn't take long for Mitsuo Maeda to come over with 2 brand new volumes of the 6th novel. He handed the pen and book to himself. "Ms. Sakakibara, can you sign on the first page?" "Anything is fine." Iwaishu picked up the pen and signed his pen name on the first page behind the cover of the novel without familiarity. "What is Suzu-chan doing?" "Ah, I'm asking for an autograph." Suzu Sakakibara held up her signed copy of the bunko and said to everyone with a smile, "Mr. Iwai's works have been really popular on the internet recently, and you can often see them being discussed. So, I want to get an autograph quickly before Mr. Iwai becomes so popular that I can't afford it." "Haha, Suzu-chan is too cunning." Of course, there are not only the 2 voice actors, Suzu Sakakihara and Chisano Sakai, who have just arrived in the lounge, but also people from other offices. After they discovered that he was actually signing, they all gathered around. Alas, how can I say this? It was really lively, but there were more and more people asking for books and autographs. Ms. Sakakibara's compliment is really too exaggerated. What is too hot to reach? In the first half of the year, I was just an unknown light novel author. Unable to resist everyone's enthusiasm for autographs, Iwai had no choice but to ask Maeda-san to go to the warehouse and get a few more novels from the library, sign them one by one, and distribute them to everyone. Mr. Iwai's work is really popular right now. That's right, my colleagues have been discussing recently that people who get roles in this animation will probably follow the rising tide. Yes, yes. Since I really didn't know how to answer, I could only reluctantly use yes to prevaricate the answer. This period can be described as restless. After that, Assistant Maeda-san went to get a lot of things, including a bunch of glow sticks, t-shirts, keychains and other similar peripheral products. Each portion is packaged very neatly. That. All eyes in the lounge looked at the assistant, Mitsuo Maeda, who coughed twice. "These are the peripheral products I just mentioned. Please refer to them first. At the same time, these are also the things I want to give to you today." "So much?" "Hey. Really? Can you really just take it?" "Thank you. Everyone has a share." It was probably the intention of the production company that everyone present would have a copy of the merchandise. Even the author Iwai himself has it. I have to say, the production is really neat. Looking at the smiling faces on the peripheral products, the female character Iwaishu in his novel felt warm in his heart. Just when everyone got the peripherals and looked at them curiously, Iwaishu also noticed that Miss Sakakihara had been looking at a keychain. That's not the heroine Hideki she plays. But in the work, Hidaka Ho's elder brother, Hidaka Heiji, as the eldest son in the family, has died long ago. This character does not officially appear in the work, but is presented as a memory of the heroine's past. Overall, he is a character who takes on Hidaka Ho's upbringing. A character like this who didn't appear in the main film shouldn't have appeared in the peripherals. But unable to withstand the demands of readers, the manufacturer still produced a batch of Hidaka Heiji peripherals in a small scale. This keychain is among them. Miss Sakakihara looked over and asked herself. How did Mr. Iwai write the character Hidaka Heiji? Iwaishu subconsciously avoided looking, but he was also thinking seriously, well, Hidaka Heiji is a very, very important person in the heroine's life journey. It can be said that he has influenced her all her life. In order to make things reasonable, and at the same time I wrote the character Hidaka Heiji based on the identity of a classmate I met when I was a child. As he spoke, Iwaishu sighed to himself. As a brother and sister who grew up without a father or a mother, and stayed with relatives, Hidaka Heiji had a great influence on Sui. Is it the mentality of unconditional trust? Yes, that's the mentality. Iwaishu immediately turned around, surprised by Sakakibara Suzu's understanding of the role of Hidaka Ho. The male protagonist was able to get Sui's liking later on, largely because of his resemblance to Heiji. Influence. Then the day Heiji died, Hidekaho must have cried very sadly. Iwaishu was immersed in the book and answered sadly, indeed, it should be said that it was a long period of depression. After all, it was the most important dependence in the first half of life, and the heart that did not want to live suddenly disappeared. This was also the heroine's first attempt. The most fundamental reason why I came into contact with the hero in the rain is that he is very similar to me. Ms. Sakakibara, do you like the character of Heiji very much? Yes, Sakakibara Suzu looked at the key in her hand and replied seriously, I like it very much. It gives people a feeling of dependence and support. Over time, it will really be difficult to let go. So. Sakakibara Suzu pinched the surrounding keychain and said to Iwaishu with a smile, actually, there is a person like this in my family. I was able to embark on the path of voice acting because of his daily encouragement, consciously or unconsciously. Once I lost my voice. I was very uncomfortable practicing and very sleepy. When I woke up, I found a cup of scented tea next to me that could soothe my throat. I would like to ask, is it my brother? Yes, brother. Then Miss Sakakibara, you should respect him very much. Sakakibara Suzu thought for a while and said, I think I respect and hate this at the same time. Emotions are very complicated and there may be conflicts. When I see the memories between the character Heiji and Sui, I can't help but recall them. My brother, I am a single-parent family. My father left us and my mother was very busy. He has always taken care of me. He has never cursed me. I am really grateful to him. I didn't expect Miss Sakakibara to have such an experience. Iwaishu recalled the acclaimed 6th episode of the anime, which described the memories of the past between brother and sister. In the original work, he tried to write it as close to reality as possible. There was nothing exaggerated. It was just a very warm and heartwarming brother-sister relationship, and then the sad past of the sudden severance of this relationship. It's no wonder that fans praise her. It's probably because Ms. Sakakihara put real emotions into this scene. Speaking of which, Mr. Iwai, you are really irritating. You actually wrote such an outrageous story about Heiji, a good person, but let Sui watch her brother die in front of her. This is a true story, Ms. Sakakibara, do you know? At that time, there was an old man driving in our area. Because he was old and in a trance, he accidentally hit the daughter of a father into the wall. He was not killed at first. The father threw down the groceries he had just bought, roared and slapped the car window, and shouted to the old man inside, "Hey! Get out of the car! Get out of the car!" But the old man didn't know if he was frightened or whatever. She kept holding the steering wheel with her hand and stepped on the accelerator. The daughter kept screaming in pain in front of her father's eyes until she completely lost her breath. This sentence silenced the topic for a long time. That's why, Mr. Iwai, you are going too far. Yes, I admit this. In response to the fans' request, I will probably open an if thread in the future, which can barely make up for everyone's regrets. Sakakihara Suzu smiled and said, do I get some top secret information from the author? Not really. However, in general, I am very grateful to Mr. Iwai for creating this work. Everyone is grateful for its arrival. Miss Sakakibara, you don't have to be so formal. Nothing, I just want to thank you, sir, for writing such a work and giving me a chance to grow. Ms. Sakakihara was called away by her agent and left to work. Iwaishu recalled the way she spoke just now. No wonder everyone likes her. He is kind to others, has a beautiful face, and is polite and upright. Not only does he have an extraordinary identity behind him, but he also takes his work very seriously. Talking to her, I felt naturally respected and comfortable. He maintains a cute and serious persona when facing the screen, but in real life he is a junior who respects his seniors. With such respect for people, she must also respect and love her brother very much. Stinky Lele. Stinky Lele. What should I buy? Buy this. In the dressing room, after changing into Alice's dress, Sakakibara looked at her phone to see if Sakakihara had replied to her message. But the result is, there is not one. She has been worried about the black rabbit doll she saw today. He, what can't he do? Why are you giving me this for your birthday? Are you hinting at something? Was he implying that he had the same fate as the original owner of the black rabbit doll? Huh. What a perversion. Sakakihara Suzu, will never accept it. Well, absolutely not. I don't know why, but he doesn't reply to my messages anymore. No, I have to ask him when I go back in the afternoon. Also, the clothes I am wearing now are too embarrassing. Sakakihara Suzu stood in front of the mirror and looked at herself, Alice's blue and white dress. There is a bow tied on the waist, a bow tied on the collar, and even a bow on the forehead. She also wore white stockings and round-toe leather shoes. The whole thing is like a fairy tale. Also, what a shame. Sakakihara Suzu thinks that she is in a very good situation if she can keep her expression on the stage without breaking down. Not to mention, I have to say hello to the fans who came to the release event on stage, and sing and dance in this outfit. Sakakihara Suzu now wants to die. Suzuki-chan, this outfit is very cute. Sakai Chidano looked at Sakakihara Suzu. It's too cute. It makes me look like a little girl. I think your makeup looks very much like Hidekaho. It looks like a character straight out of an anime, huh. Dong dong. Knocking. The person who poked his head in was Sakakihara Suzu's manager, Shinmura Shi. Ms. Sakakihara, and Miss Sakai-sen, please prepare a little and go on stage in half an hour to practice and rehearse. Okay, no problem. Yeah, Shinmura left. Kishano Sakai turned around again and looked at the embarrassed Sakakibara Suzu. Come on, Suzu-chan. You will become a CEO idol in the future. You are very popular online recently. Fine. Sakakihara Suzu sat down discouraged. Half an hour later, practice started as scheduled. The purpose is to sing two songs. One animated up and one animated ed. The up is the chorus, and the ed is Sakakihara Suzu singing a cappella alone. After getting on the stage, all the senior female voice actors gathered around Sakakihara Suzu, pulling her clothes and saying how cute she was. He kept touching the bow on her body. Sakakihara Suzu blushed, feeling like she had really become everyone's doll. I won't talk about the rehearsals after that. It's so shameful. She wanted to bury her face while dancing, and was stopped several times because of this. If Rakugo Sakakihara were in the audience. It's definitely over. Sakakihara Suzu has no face to see anyone. The practice lasted until the afternoon after lunch, and the layout for the launch party was almost complete. Only Sakakihara Suzu is still not adapting. Suzuki-chan, come on. I'm sweet but you said come on, this dress. How cute. Too cute. Anyway, come on Suzu-chan. Afterwards, Kateno Sakai said she needed to use the restroom and left the dressing room first. It's going to start in an hour, and I heard that there will be a lot of people coming to the sale in spite of the snow, and it's going to be quite lively. Sakakihara Suzu thought that she was doomed this time. She danced so shamelessly with no one else, but when this person came, she would soon be even more ruined. What should I do? While stirring her hair, Suzu Sakakibara also wondered whether the doll that Raku Sakakihara gave her meant that much. She hadn't thought about it for long. There was another knock on the dressing room door and it was pushed open. I thought it was Kateno Sakai coming back from using the toilet, but unexpectedly, the person who came made Suzu Sakakihara's eyes widen. She raised her hand and said in great surprise. F Fox. Is this how you talk to your investors? Tian Hai Chi Minjiu dusted off the snowflakes on her shoulders, pulled the scarf around her neck, and walked in quickly. She was also carrying a small school bag for school, and she had obviously just come out of school. Investor? What do you mean? I remember I told you about this before. But it doesn't matter anymore. You just need to know that I am now half of your boss. Amamai Nanamajetsu approached Sakakibara Suzu, saw the large blue and white skirt on her body, and looked at her clothes with curiosity. It's quite cute. She looked at it for a long time and gave such a comment. Quite cute. Sakakihara Suzu was so ashamed that she couldn't bear it anymore. She suppressed her blush and said, Me. I don't need this kind of praise from you. Are you shy? No, no. If you're shy, just say so. And as an older sister, isn't it natural for you to praise your younger sister? Sakakihara Suzu's ears were red and she turned away proudly, but the clothes she was wearing only made her look like a little girl losing her temper. I don't want to tell you these useless things. Come on, come and do it with me today. What? I know you won't come to me if you have nothing to do. Who said that? Sister Chan is very busy at work recently, can't I just care about her? You, Suzu. Sakakihara suddenly seemed to realize something and asked in surprise, are you trying to say that my work is all arranged by you? That's not true. I am only responsible for taking the lead, funding and making requests. The specific work is naturally arranged according to the actual situation and is none of my business. Are you really the investor? Didn't you see the word Tianhai on the investor? Even if it's not my property, you should understand that if it has something to do with me, at least I can use these things. Are you really rich? Where did you get so much money? Suzu Sakakihara asked curiously. Pocket money. Bragging. How can any family let a high school student handle so much money? Believe it or not, this is my sister Chan's own business. Nanamayu looked at Sakakihara Suzu up and down, and aren't you benefiting from the investment in this work now? You are a popular newcomer. It's not that red. Having more than 100,000 Twitter followers is not that small. Suzu Sakakihara suddenly realized something was wrong. You're pulling it on me again. I want to ask you. What are you doing here to find me? Tianhai Kaimingyu crossed her arms and said with her eyes closed, recently, have you noticed that someone has basically ignored you? A bit indeed. Sakakihara Suzu felt quite disappointed when she thought of this. She unconsciously turned her hands behind her back and kicked up the air with her feet. She said in a coy voice, this is none of your business. Besides, shouldn't it be your fault? Why do you like my brother? Why should you like that guy? First of all, I have to correct you, that guy owes me everything. Oh you, Sakakihara Suzu wondered, what do I owe you? So, you two siblings don't have any memory at all. Nanamai sighed helplessly, took out her phone, found a past photo, and faced the screen in front of Sakakibara Suzu. Take it over and have a look. What? Suzu Sakakihara took her phone and looked at it carefully. The more I looked at it, the more something was wrong. In the photo, isn't it exactly me when I was a child? And my brother from childhood. Also, there is a little girl holding hands with him. Wait, who is this little girl? Sakakihara tightened his fingers to enlarge the picture. The flaxen hair, sky blue eyes, and face shape are vaguely familiar. Isn't it? Sakakihara Suzu began to compare the little girl with sky blue eyes in the photo with the Amamai Nanamayu in front of her. The more I look at it, the more they look like each other. It really looks more and more alike. Sakakibara Suzu was immediately shocked. How are you in this photo? Tianhai Kaimingyu shook her head in confusion, isn't this an obvious thing? You must have modified it with a computer, Sakakihara Suzu immediately gave the answer and convinced herself, obviously agreeing with this answer. Why haven't we known each other since childhood? Tian Haikimingyu gave a direct and practical answer in disappointment. Of course it's because it's impossible. I'm still holding your hand in this photo? Haha, how is this possible? Tian Haikimingyu, what if I told you that you called me sister before and said that you would leave a share of delicious food to your sister in the future? No way. Anyway. Sakakibara Suzu looked left and right in the photo, but the more she looked, the more impressed she became, and the more she looked, the more she felt that she knew him, but she was too afraid to confirm, and finally returned the phone directly to Amami. It's impossible anyway. It's impossible for me to call you Sister Fox. Tian Haikimingyu tapped her arm with her index finger. I don't want to talk to you about these guessing games. If you remember it, you will probably know why I said that guy owes me. And Sister Chan, you owe me too, right? He made a promise to me that he would give me delicious food every day. There was so much information that Sakakihara Suzu couldn't turn around for a while. Wait. If Chi Minjiao, herself and her brother have known each other since childhood, then isn't she and her brother still childhood sweethearts? What is this? Are green plums falling from the sky? So, does my sister still have a chance of winning? Tian Haikimingyu, can't remember? I remember we went boating together, and you cried so hard that you couldn't climb the wall in the orange grove. With a suspicious expression on her face, Sakakihara Suzuki looked at the face of Amami Nanamajetsu again. The more I look at it, the more familiar it becomes. It really becomes more and more familiar the more I look at it. It seems. There is such a person. She suddenly appeared and said she wanted to play with her and her brother. When she first appeared, he pushed her, not wanting her to be with him or with his brother. Naturally, it smells really good afterward, and I had a lot of fun playing it. Even if that's the case, so what now? What's the point of telling me this? Tian Haikimingyu looked over with squinting eyes. I just think, Sister Chan, doesn't she think she has a good relationship with me? What do you mean? Sakakihara Suzu couldn't help but shrink back. Isn't my relationship with you closer than your relationship with your sister?